19. August 1969 will always remain indelible in my mind. The Tate LaBianca murders, the blood-curdling fruition of the Manson nightmare, demons unleashed from the bowels of a diseased man and a diseased society. In August 1969, at a rock festival at Woodstock, 400,000 gathered to listen to a moving expression for a generation's agonized feeling for its country, for the gulf between the flower children's aspirations and the harsh realities of what was going down in America. I felt the harshness that morning while gazing down the barrel of Don Ward's shotgun. Don Ward was short, balding, middle-aged, and built like a fire plug. His reputation as a lawman had spread far beyond his legal jurisdiction and the valleys around Shoshone. I'd never met him before that day, but I'd once been told in Tacoma that old Don Ward is a little bit of hell. He was that morning. When Bob asked him what was going on, he waved the barrel of his shotgun up under Bob's nose. "What's going on in here is that this gal," he pointed at Juanita, "about 2 months back, she gave my niece a marijuana cigarette." "I didn't even—" "Yes, you did," Don bellowed, his face turning a vibrant crimson. "My wife runs the drugstore in town, and she's seen ya. Now you just listen. There's 6 kids in Shoshone on pot, and I know where it comes from that goddamned ranch up by Guller Wash. If I ever hear of it happening again, ever, I'm gonna come up there and clean that whole place out." "Don't threaten us," Crockett said. "It isn't necessary, and you won't like it." Ward glanced at Crockett as the other cop handed him IDs taken from our wallets. "It might have been necessary a couple of months ago," I added, "but it isn't now. You can search the truck." "I know what I can do," Ward barked, "and I know this gal was passing out marijuana." "Not anymore," Juanita said. "Things are different now. I'm married now. This is my husband." Bob's head spun around as though he'd been punched. "ID says you're Wild Bush and he's Barry. Well, we don't go for them back porch ceremonies around here." "Well, we're getting married." "Ain't that swell?" Ward returned the IDs and told us to scram. "If I hear any more funny stuff going on at that ranch, there's gonna be some heads rolling." By noon the next day, Bob and Juanita were packed and ready to go. We helped them transport their stuff to Bob's truck at the foot of the canyon, wished them luck, and watched as they drove out across the valley. It was the last I ever saw of Juanita Wildbush. During the next 3 weeks, Brooks and I worked daily with Crockett, climbing mountains, digging, studying the terrain. The exercises he had put us through were strenuous. With full packs, he had us running up and down the steepest trails, time after time without resting, while he ran with us, suffering as much as we did. Keeping up with 2 20-year-old kids ain't that easy. One afternoon, while Brooks cleaned up the ranch house, Crockett and I went out to work the gold dollar. On the way back from digging, our packs filled, Crockett suggested we play Follow the Leader. "You just do what I do." With that, he took off the trail at a trot. I followed him, stepping where he stepped. When we got up to the bottom, he turned around. "Now, let's run back up." "You go first." I was beat, but determined to keep up with Crockett. I took off up the trail and him right behind me. By the time I reached the top, I was panting, but I'd no more than paused to catch my breath than Crockett whirled around and started back down again. Wearily, I trudged after him, trying to keep pace, trying to keep from falling on my face. By the time I reached the bottom, I was gasping for air. "Okay," he said. "One more time." I couldn't believe it. Instinctively, I turned and started back up, but my breathing was coming too hard, and I just couldn't go on. I was angry and exasperated. Midway up, I'd had it and was ready to cuss Crockett out. When I whirled around, he was right behind me, grinning. I don't know what I intended to say, but all that came to my mouth was a long, wheezing, "You!" As I gasped out this word, Crockett stopped in his tracks, still grinning. I looked at him dumbly, half dazed. "What happened to all that heavy breathing?" he asked. As he spoke, I realized that my panting had stopped. I was calm, collected, and breathing evenly. To me, the experience was almost revelatory. Off and on for years, I'd practiced yoga, trying to learn to control my breathing and energy flow. This new discovery elated me. "No need to keep on breathing like that once you stop working," Crockett remarked. "Most times people get to breathing hard and let the momentum of it carry them when they don't need to. Let's head back and get something to eat." I followed Crockett up the wash, feeling suddenly more centered and in tune with my body than I ever had squatting on a yoga mat. "You know," he said moments later, "one reason you work so hard is that you never learned how to walk." He pointed out that I dragged my feet instead of walking with my knees raised, and my steps following each other in an even rhythm. Walking shouldn't be work. It should be like floating. Tell you what, pretend you're walking 4 inches off the ground. You just do what I do, make a step a different step, never take 2 steps alike. Ready? I nodded. Then Crockett strode forward, stepping to the left, then to the right, up on a rock, down on another, walking on his toes, then his heels, on the side of his foot, taking long strides, then short ones, then a series of tiny steps. We must have looked like a couple of spastics winding our way up the wash. But in time, during the days that followed, this exercise helped me gain an awareness of walking, and I learned to move with an easy stride that took much of the tension out of the exercises. Crockett used to say that the body is the temple of the spirit, and that the way the body moves is a reflection of the spirit. The spirit moves the body and the muscles in a beautiful way. It don't mean the spirit has to stay in the body, but it mostly does. And the way I see, it deserves a nice ride. Spirit occupies no time and space. It can postulate and perceive what it postulates. But getting in touch with it, he insisted, was impossible unless one was tuned into the body. It's like all-day yoga, getting the body lined up so the spirit can move around some and be in touch with other spirits, other forces. Charlie's views on the body's importance in sex closely paralleled Crockett's. Charlie had said that what made sex a spiritual trip was spontaneity. Change the motion, change the rhythm, or as Crockett had put it, never make the same step twice. It was a way of getting free, aligning the body with the spirit, and in doing so, being in touch with the greater energies around you. Sometimes, Crockett said, you hear people say that mind and spirit are one, but it really ain't like that. A better way to look at it is to picture a man riding in a carriage. The carriage is the body. The spirit rides in the carriage. The mind is the driver sitting on top. The emotions are the horses pulling the carriage. The brain is the reins between the mind and the emotions. The mind, the emotions, and the body are all vulnerable to distraction, laziness, habit, misdirection. I mean, you just can't let that carriage go along on its own momentum and think your spirit is okay. You got to be aware all the time. That's why we keep on carrying heavier loads and climbing steeper trails, to keep our awareness keen. It's like you told me and Charlie said, come to now. Well, that's right. Where the spirit is concerned, now is a 24-hour day proposition. Perhaps the heaviest experience of that summer happened around 8:30 one night when it started to rain. The three of us were sitting in the bunkhouse, playing bridge. A couple of my friends, Amanda and his wife, had come up to the ranch that day and were sleeping in the bus with their little daughter. We were in the midst of the game, joking about how we had made it rain. It seldom rains in Death Valley in August, just by postulating it in our minds. When I remembered I hadn't taken the mattress up to the bus for my friends to sleep on. The mattress was still leaning against the wall of the bunkhouse. That floor gets pretty hard, Crockett said. Why don't you run the mattress up to them? Raining too hard now. Nah. The rain will stop when you go outside, long enough for you to take it up there and come back. Brooks and I both looked at Crockett. Well, are you gonna do it? He asked me. Sure. And I grabbed the mattress and ran through the open door. The moment I stepped outside, the rain stopped dead. Flabbergasted, I hurried up the hill to where the bus was parked, left the mattress, and trotted back to the bunkhouse. It couldn't have taken more than 40 seconds. Not one drop of water fell on me. Yet, the moment I stepped back inside the bunkhouse, it started to pour. Crockett was grinning from ear to ear. How the hell did you do that? We did it, he said. How? Well, you saw everything I saw. You tell me how. But how did you know? Sometimes you just know things. It doesn't make any sense, I said. Postulate and perceive, Brooks declared. By that time, Brooks and I were firm believers in Crockett's powers. The stronger his influence, the more anxious we were that he meet Charlie. We hadn't seen a newspaper in weeks and knew nothing about developments in the Tate LaBianca investigation, nor that Spawns had been raided on August 16th, the family arrested for possession of stolen vehicles and later released. We asked Crockett to agree to see Charlie, but he wouldn't until he was ready, until his own curiosity about this guy Charlie got the better of him. A few days later, Brooks and I were in the garden picking vegetables, while Crockett sat on the porch, whittling on a piece of wood. The air was still, yet I heard something. A low rumbling sound which seemed to be coming from some great distance. What's that noise? Brooks looked up. Hear it? Yeah, I hear something. Sounds like a motor. Someone coming up the valley. For 3 days we heard the sound. A low, ominous vibration. A kind of psychic rumbling that seemed to echo through the canyon. but no one came. Finally, one evening after hiking back from the mine, I asked Crockett what it was. "Your friend, Charlie," he said solemnly, without looking at me. "I lifted the gate. Wish I wouldn't have. Listen to it. Sure ain't the sounds of harmony, is it?" Sometime around noon the following day, Brooks and I looked up at the same time. We were seated at the dining room table across from Crockett. "You smell that?" I asked. "Yeah, something," Brooks mumbled through a mouthful of cornbread. Crockett sniffed. "Smells like a combination of honey and pussy." For some reason, the association struck me. "It's Brenda! God damn it, it's Brenda!" 2 hours later, a bright yellow dune buggy pulled out into the yard, and Brenda, Tex, and Bruce Davis got out. "Here they are," Crockett declared in a monotone as Brooks and I walked out onto the porch. Brenda waved. "Howdy," she called out. I waved back and walked down the path with Brooks, my eyes on Tex Watson. I could hardly believe it was the same person. He looked like a zombie. His face was unshaven. His hair had grown several inches and hung over his eyes. The clothing he wore, Levi's and t-shirt, was filthy. His vapid stare unnerved me. Like Bruce, he carried a sheathed hunting knife, and I noted, when he stood aside to let Brenda out of the dune buggy, that a shotgun and a box of shells were lying on the seat. Bruce was no less grungy, yet he seemed more alert. There were open sores, like boils, on the side of his neck and on both arms. Brenda, meanwhile, though she looked slightly emaciated, was enthusiastic and greeted Brooks and me with a hug as Bruce hopped out of the Jeep to deliver Charlie's message. "Charlie's down at Sourdough Springs. Says if he has your agreement, he'll come up." By that time, Crockett had ambled down from the house. "Sure," he said. "Send him up." While Bruce drove the dune buggy back down the wash to relay the message, Brenda and Tex followed us into the ranch house. Brooks brought out a plate of cornbread and a pot of coffee. When I got up to go to the kitchen, Crockett followed me, leaving Bruce with Tex and Brenda. Brenda was rapping on about helter-skelter and how they were ready to move everything to the desert. I heard her mention something about Bobby and Mary, but the words were unintelligible. Crockett walked up beside me to say that Charlie was playing fear games and to keep my cool. Less than an hour later, Charlie drove into the yard behind Bruce with a full contingent of girls. Squeaky, Sandy, Weesh, Snake, Sherry, Kathy, and Gypsy. When I went out to greet them, Charlie gave me a big hug, but his eyes were scanning the ranch house. "Where's this guy Crockett?" he asked almost at once. It must have been about 4 when we all gathered in the ranch house around the table. Crockett sat at one end playing solitaire, Tex at the other, beside Snake and Squeaky. Charlie, meanwhile, paced nervously around the room, casting an occasional glance at Crockett, while declaring that the moment of guns, jeeps, dune buggies, and supplies to Death Valley had begun. At one point, Charlie came up behind Brooks, who was seated beside Crockett, and pulled out his hunting knife. He jerked Brooks' head back and laid the blade against his throat. He spoke to Brooks, but looked at Crockett. "You know, Brooks, I should cut your throat." "Right, Charlie," Brooks said jokingly, as though it were all in jest. It's certain Charlie was struck by the change in Brooks, who only months before was completely paranoid and barely able to function. It's equally certain that had Brooks known about the murders, he would not have been so cool. But it wasn't Brooks or me that Charlie was baiting. It was Crockett, who, after a cordial howdy and a handshake, had lapsed into silence before his cards. Charlie wasted a little time in sending several of the girls with Bruce Davis to check on the Myers ranch. Then he sat beside Crockett and began rapping about Helter Skelter. Crockett just listened while Charlie laid out his trip, pausing just long enough to ask Crockett for a cigarette. Crockett handed him one. A couple of times Crockett muttered, "Yeah, but little else." It wasn't until Charlie got into his "we are all one" routine that Crockett seemed to perk up and listen more intently. Brooks was standing in the doorway to the kitchen. I was seated at the opposite end of the table beside Brenda. As Charlie spoke, Crockett nodded, his hair falling in tight ringlets around his eyes. Charlie leaned forward, his elbows on the table, his hands gesturing freely. "Dig it," he said. "I am you, and you are me." "No," Crockett interrupted. "No, that ain't true." Charlie's hands came to rest on the table. He just stared as the old man went on to explain, while I exchanged glances with Brooks. "We are both spirits. That's true. Both capable of postulating and perceiving that which we postulate. In that sense, we are the same. But we have lived different lives and had different experiences. Therefore, I am not you, and you are not me." Moments later, Bruce Davis came in to announce that everything seemed copacetic at the Myers Ranch, ready to move in. Charlie glanced at Crockett, who had returned to his game. Then he addressed me. "Come on, Paul. Let's take a dune buggy ride." We hiked down the trail, and I climbed into the dune buggy. "Look," Charlie said, climbing in beside me. "Get this straight. I don't release you of any agreements. I don't release you from nothing." He fired up the engine and backed the buggy into the road. "You know, you broke my heart, man. Just when I needed you." And I didn't say anything. I felt strangely composed as we passed the Myers Ranch and headed up behind the ranch. "I got a scene going here now, Charlie." "What kind of scene? What are you doing?" "Just doing things with Brooks and Crockett." "What things?" "You told me to never put my business in the streets." "I'm not the streets!" Charlie bellowed, slamming on the brakes, his eyes flashing. "What about our trip? What about the things we were doing?" "I'm still doing them. I ought to kill that old man is what I should do." When we reached the summit, Charlie stopped and faced me. "I'm gonna get you back with me. You ain't released from nothing." "It's too late." "Even if I have to torture your little ass." He glanced at me. "Even if I have to tie you to a tree and slit your belly open. I might just tie you up and have the girls take turns giving you head till you're about ready to come. Then I'll cut your prick." And I remembered Charlie's fear games and was determined not to let him get to me. "You're a riot," I said. "You know, man, we had to kill Shorty." He fired up the engine. his eyes on mine. That's right. How come? Got to talking too damn much. A real pain in the ass. We cut him up real good. I didn't believe him. I didn't want to believe him. Had I gone for it, I would have been overwhelmed with fear. That fear might have done me in. Yet, when he said it, I felt it might be true. That Charlie was capable of such an act. Only minutes before, I'd seen him put the knife to Brooke's throat. Yet, it was all for show. All done to get to Crockett. Crockett was the one Charlie wanted. Not to kill, but to discredit and invalidate in front of the family. Winning me back would be one way to do it. Charlie recognized and respected Crockett's power. The fact that he asked permission to come up to the ranch was proof of that. There was also a part of him that sought to learn what Crockett had to teach. By that time, Charlie had created a void around himself. He had fallen into the hole of his own madness. He could only grow if he were challenged. And by then, there was no one to do so. Just a band of followers programmed to heed his every whim. Just how far they were programmed to go and had gone, I had no idea. As we approached the Myers Ranch, Charlie described his plans to move in immediately. He spoke to me as though I had agreed to rejoin the family, which I hadn't. He said he was bringing in enough supplies and weapons to outfit an army. He said Helter Skelter would go down in recorded history as the grand finale. We had just pulled in and parked in front of the Barker Ranch when Charlie asked if I'd heard about Bobby Beausoleil and Mary Brunner. What about them? They're in jail, man, for murdering Gary Hinman. Did they do it? Charlie hopped out of the dune buggy. Sure they did it. You did it. I did it. We all did it. By the time it was dark, Charlie and the family had moved, lock, stock, and barrel into the Myers Ranch, leaving Brooks, Crockett, and me alone at the Barker Ranch, just a quarter of a mile away. The following morning, the three of us were up early. Crockett was scrambling eggs and frying bacon, while Brooks and I packed the mining gear and filled the canteens. We'd stayed up much of that night, discussing what had happened. I told them what Charlie said to me. Brooks suggested we split. Crockett said no. I ain't going anyplace. We gotta work here, and I'll be damned if we're gonna be run off. Our success with Charlie during that initial encounter was due to several factors. For one thing, Crockett anticipated Charlie would use fear tactics to influence us. Though I knew nothing about the Tate LaBianca murders, which was also in our favor, I had experienced Charlie's fear games before. 2. Crockett had been prepared for Charlie by Brooks and me. We'd been spouting his rap for months, so that nothing he said was new to Crockett. Crockett's validity, meanwhile, had been established in Charlie's mind by the mere fact that Brooks, Juanita, Bo, Stephanie, and I had defected. Equally disturbing, perhaps, in my light of my claim of a psychic barrier on the canyon, was Charlie's inability to get his trucks and supplies up to the ranch. Charlie knew about psychic power to realize that such phenomena was possible, and after meeting Crockett, however briefly, it became clear to him that the old miner was for real. In a single afternoon, the stage was set for what was to become a battle of nerves. The month that followed was both bizarre and frightening. While we ate that morning, Crockett reiterated what he'd said the night before. The idea is not to take anything from Charlie. Not even Snake, Paul. We don't need to make any agreements with him. We have all we need right here. A mine to dig, a good garden, plenty to keep us busy. We put our attention on what we have. Brooks and I both sensed that Crockett was intrigued by Charlie, and that part of his motivation to stay was prompted by his own curiosity. Crockett loved games. When Brooks asked him what he thought about Charles Manson, Crockett replied succinctly, "He has a lot of power." We'd no more than stepped out the door when Snake appeared at the gate and motioned to me. Dressed in skin-tight Levi's and a transparent silk halter top, she stood leaning against the fence post. Charlie wasn't wasting any time. While I spoke with Snake, Crockett and Brooks started down the wash. She asked what I was doing, and I told her we had work to do. "Charlie wants you to come up and make some music. He brought tapes of the stuff we recorded at Spawn's." "Maybe later." Charlie knew my greatest tie to the family was the music. A lot of the work was mine. He also knew how tight I was with Snake. She asked if I was coming back with the family. I said no and started down the wash after Brooks and Crockett. "I'll come back later, Paul," she called after me. It was around 9 o'clock and already hot. The sides of the wash loomed up on either side of me as I scrambled over the boulders, then descended to the creek bed. I spotted Brooks and Paul far down the wash, Crockett in front, wearing a red bandana tied around his neck, and Brooks just behind him. I could see the tire tracks from Charlie's dune buggies in the sand, and yellow paint on an outcropping of rock where the vehicles had scraped the canyon walls. I thought about Snake and decided then that I would make love with her. What I had going with her, in my mind, had nothing to do with Charlie. Submitting to any of the other girls would be different, like taking of Charlie's hospitality. But with Snake, I had established a separate relationship. That night, when we got back to Barker's, she was there, and I was horny. I knew Charlie had sent her, but it didn't matter. I took her up to the bunkhouse, and we made love. Later, when Crockett asked me what had happened, I told him. He shook his head. "You're a fool," he muttered. "Maybe so, but I feel a lot better." Around 11 the next morning, Stanley Barry pulled into the yard, and parked his pickup. Brooks was on the porch. I heard him call out to Stanley. "Stanley's here," and I shouted to Crockett. Crockett came out of the bathroom as Stanley entered the house, handing me a letter as he did so. "Letter sent to Bob's post office in Vegas." Stanley poured himself a cup of coffee and sat down at the table. He was the second oldest of the Barry brothers, and by far the most irascible. He had crew-cut black hair, a chubby face, and walked with a portly, disoriented penguin. He wore a rancid, sweat-stained felt hat, which he took off and set on the table. 130 in Ballarat at 8 this morning, he said, more to himself than to any of us. "Gotta go to L.A., I announced. "Induction physical." "Shit. Finally gonna do something for your country, are you?" Stanley jibed. instead of hanging around with this no-good rockhound. Crockett sat down with a cup of coffee and took out his cards. "How are Bob and Juanita getting along?" he asked. "Got married Sunday. No, Saturday. And left the state." Stanley slurped at his coffee. "No great loss as a minor. Bob was worth 2 tits on a boar." He set his cup down. "What's all to do up at Myers? I seen 2 spanking new dune buggies sitting out front. Seen a couple of guys down in the wash, too, driving motorcycles. Said they was headed up here." "More supplies for Charlie," I said, looking at Brooks. "Probably Bill Vance." "Well," Stanley said, getting to his feet, "I gotta stop at Myers and pick up some of my tools. Then I'm heading back to Vegas. Anyone want a ride?" "Yeah, I'll ride with you. Then hitchhike to L.A. and make that physical by Monday." Crockett glanced up from his cards. "Good idea." "Yeah, you might get lucky," Stanley joked. "Get drafted. Go to Vietnam." "Would you draft him?" Crockett asked dryly. "Either one of them?" Stanley looked at me, then Brooks. "Yeah, I see what you mean." I smiled and flipped Crockett off. Stanley grinned. "Hey, Lil Paul, that reminds me. You know what a taint is, don't you? Think he's old enough to hear this, Big Paul? You know, Brooks?" "No, what's a taint?" "You know, the little space in there between the pussy and the asshole?" He paused, his eyes dancing from me to Brooks. "Well, taint pussy and taint asshole." Stanley's laugh sounded like a flock of startled poultry. I ripped off a booming fart. "Let's go," I said. On our way out, we stopped at the Myers Ranch so Stanley could pick up his tools. Clem and Bruce were sitting outside with Brenda and Sandy. The dune buggies were pulled right up to the house. Boxes of supplies lay strewn along the narrow porch. Charlie appeared on the porch with Squeaky and Stanley, and I got out of the truck. He was all smiles. He told Stanley that he was welcome to any tools or equipment he saw lying around. Stanley thought that right neighborly, and immediately loaded his truck with backpacks, picks, and shovels that Charlie had brought up from spawns. It was obvious to me that Stanley's eagerness to actually take the stuff pissed Charlie off. That was Charlie's way with people. Offer them everything so as to immediately put them in his debt. Usually the offer was enough. The first day I met Charlie, he offered me food, shelter, a harem of women, his entire lifestyle, asking only that in exchange I cease to exist. A fate that could well have become Stanley's had he ever returned to the Myers Ranch while Charlie was there. Which he didn't. Several days later, Charlie would tell Crockett, "When Stanley comes back up here, I'm gonna bury him." We considered it part of Charlie's ongoing fear games, not knowing that by then he'd been responsible for at least 8 murders. I attended my physical in L.A. on a Monday morning and before noon was classified as unfit for military service. A well-thought-out spiel on the virtues of drugs and expanding consciousness, plus my police record, was enough, apparently, to make me undesirable. That afternoon I hitchhiked up to Spawns to find Juan, only to learn that he had left for Goler Canyon. In the meantime, Brenda had returned to Spawns to deliver a message to Clem and Gypsy. Charlie wanted them to come to Myers Ranch at once and to bring a load of motor parts. Brenda hailed me as I approached the boardwalk, and I walked down to the corral where she and Clem were sitting on the chassis of a dune buggy, smoking a joint. Brenda informed me they were driving back to the desert later that afternoon and that I was welcome to ride with them. I thanked her and told her I would. She asked why I hadn't come back to the family, saying that Charlie was hurt by me and that I was needed. By then, Brenda had become one of Charlie's heaviest and most dependable girls. She could talk his rap and get things done. And in contrast to some of the others, she never appeared spaced out or lethargic. Yet, Charlie had a firm hold on her. Like everyone else, she had been ordered to work on me. Clem, on the other hand, was totally blitzed and sat slouched over the steering wheel of the dune buggy, his eyes glassy, his hair matted and snarled. He wore buckskins and a hunting knife on his belt. He appeared stiff, almost cadaverous, as though the essence of what was once Steve Grogan had been drained out of his body and replaced by a recording that mumbled bits and snatches about Helter Skelter and the piggies and how beautiful it would all be when the young love came to the desert. Later, on the ride back to the desert, he became animated. He was driving while Brenda sat between us. "Hey," he said. "Heard about Shorty, huh?" I didn't reply. I just looked straight ahead over the tops of boulders fronting on the horizon, and beyond them to the mountains, which were cast in crimson, as if a fire were burning somewhere beneath my vision. I did not want to believe what Clem was saying, but I knew it was true, and he didn't stop talking. "Yeah, it was a trip, you know. I'd never seen so much blood. It was all over everything. But he wouldn't die. He just wouldn't die. He kept saying, 'Why, Charlie? Why? Why, Steve? Why?' And we just kept stabbing him. Me and Bruce and Tex and Charlie. 'You know why, motherfucker?' Charlie says. But he wouldn't shut up. So when Charlie told me, I took the machete and chopped his head off so he stopped talking. And it just rolled off the trail. Bloop, bloop, bloop. Into the weeds." And I didn't tell Brooks and Crockett what Clement said. I justified it by trying to convince myself it wasn't true, that it wouldn't be a weakness. I wanted to be strong and not tell them. Yet, deep down, in the truest part of myself, which was only then becoming partially accessible, I knew it was true. That everything I had been committed to in the family had turned foul, irrevocably malignant. Juan spent 2 days at the Myers place with Charlie and the family, then moved into the Barker Ranch with us. He said very little, but I sensed he knew a lot. Meanwhile, more supplies arrived for Charlie. Stolen dune buggies, Harleys, weapons, food supplies. Helter Skelter was in full swing, happening just as Charlie had described. There was still a part of me, even then, that thought maybe he was right. Brooks and Juan expressed similar feelings, yet we all recoiled at the reality of what the family had become. It is not easy to see people you love become subverted, twisted, rendered into robots. Crockett became our island of sanity, something solid, like the mountains we could turn to and feel assured. Crockett had agreed to this position, consciously pitted himself against Charlie. Juan's defection became Crockett's victory. But the battle was only beginning. Juan's decision to join us wasn't made until he had taken off for a week, with a canteen and some dried figs, and hiked into Butte Valley to be alone. Juan Flynn was a deeply sensitive man, by nature happy and thoroughly outgoing. During the course of our friendship, I saw evidence of his compassion and generosity. His experience in the United States, after coming from Panama, had been no picnic. Immediately upon arrival, he was drafted into the Army and sent into combat in Vietnam. He later confessed to all of us that his battlefield experiences were terrifying, and that only by smoking hashish could he keep away from being totally paranoid. "I was scared," he admitted. "Sometime I think I will die, and that it would be better to die than to be so frightened. That I just have to fight and kill anyone who might kill me. In war, every man become a child who wants his mother, because there is so much he will never understand alone." It was not hard to comprehend how Charlie's rap on making love and facing your fears had appealed to Juan, particularly in light of his infatuation with Brenda. Charlie continued to use her, as he did Snake, as a means of luring us back to the fold. With each new day, the scene became more nerve-wracking, like two armed camps in the throes of some bizarre and arcane psychological warfare. At odd hours during the day, Charlie would send down contingents of women, Snake, Weesh, Brenda, Sandy, and Squeaky, to work on us all. When that failed, he'd come into the yard with Clem and Tex, brandishing shotguns, and start shooting them off around the property. We learned to size up a situation and turn it around without panic. On one occasion, Crockett borrowed Clem's shotgun and began taking target practice in the front yard. Often, Charlie would engage Crockett in verbal exchanges, which sometimes lasted hours. But Crockett played it perfect. He did not fight with Charlie or openly disagree in a way that might provoke anger. He merely expressed opinions which left Charlie utterly flabbergasted. He later confessed that he and Charlie shared many of the same opinions about the world, but that Charlie had a hole in his humanity. One evening, they were out in the yard near the porch, squatting on their haunches like two Indians taking a shit. Brooks and I were inside listening through the window. Charlie was discussing karma, how every man and every spirit had a destiny that is inevitable. He insisted that part of his destiny was to bring about the revolution through Helter Skelter. As usual, he did most of the talking. Finally, after a long silence, Charlie asked Crockett, "Look, do you always keep your head like that?" Crockett seemed to ponder several moments, then said, "If you were beating me with a stick, Charlie, don't you suppose I'd know it?" "Dig it. Why don't you teach me? How about that? You teach me." "Teach you what?" "What you know." "I can't teach you. You already know everything." We watched through the window as Charlie got to his feet and stretched, then knelt down again beside Crockett. "Nah," he said. "I don't know nothing. Really, I don't." "Well, that's about the same as knowing everything. Can't teach a man who knows nothing. Ain't nothing to build on." Charlie just couldn't get a handle on Crockett. He couldn't get any agreements with him, nor could he get any disagreements. Their exchanges served only to exasperate him. Yet he would not give up. The dynamics of the situation were curious. Charlie wanted me back in the family. He perhaps knew better than I how deeply I had been affected, and that only Crockett stood in his way. Crockett was the first guy Charlie had encountered who, Charlie believed, had more knowledge than he did. The rules of warfare were different because of it. He couldn't just kill Crockett. It would prove only that Charlie had been defeated. Rather, he had to psych him out, discredit him, con him. Getting us back into the family would accomplish all three objectives. But up until that point, it had gone all against Charlie. Not only had Juan Flynn joined forces with the Crockett, Poston, Watkins contingent, but there were others who were contemplating similar maneuvers. If the murders were weighing on Charlie's mind at the time, certainly he was aware of the hysteria they must have created, and that the man would seek a just revenge. It didn't manifest itself physically in his outward behavior. Such was not the case with many of the others. Within a matter of weeks, nearly everyone broke out in hideous open sores on their arms and legs. Sores that would not heal. Chapter 21. In late August, while Charlie's dune buggies roared across the Panamint Valley, police in LA sought leads in the Tate LaBianca killings. Roman Polanski offered $25,000 reward for information leading to the arrest and conviction of those responsible for the Cielo Drive slaughter. Meanwhile, motives of the Tate and LaBianca murders were being postulated by police, detectives, newscasters, and Hollywood celebrities. Famed psychic Peter Hurkos, after a visit to the Tate residence, claimed that 3 people, all of them homicidal maniacs under the influence of massive LSD doses, had committed the crime during a black magic ritual. Truman Capote, author of In Cold Blood, appeared on the Johnny Carson show to state that in all likelihood on the Tate murders had been committed by one man who had been triggered into a state of acute paranoia. By the end of September, authorities confessed they had little to go on. No connection between the Tate, LaBianca, and Hinman murders had been established. Odd, since the word pig or piggy had been written in blood at all 3 murder locations. Pig was the word Charlie had used to describe Stanley Berry when he told Crockett, the afternoon I left with Stanley for Las Vegas, "I think I'll chop up that piggy and find a good hole to dump him in." Crockett ignored the remark and went about his business. Not realizing that slowly we were helping to push Charlie Manson to his karmic turning point. Near the end of September, Manson was making numerous forays into Death Valley, looking for caves, exploring the terrain, choosing strategic hideouts in which to store his burgeoning supplies. Still searching for the mystical hole in the desert where the family could go to wait out the ravages of helter-skelter and make a new beginning. Traveling in caravans of 3 to 5 dune buggies, he led these expeditions for days at a time, leaving Clem and Bruce and a few girls behind to watch the Myers Ranch in his absence. At one point, Charlie asked me to search for the hole by diving with scuba gear into Devil's Hole, a vast, murky, water-filled cavern just across the Nevada border. Only months before, 2 professional divers had gone into Devil's Hole and had never come up. I said, no thanks. Still, I was playing both ends against the middle. I had accepted favors from the family, played music with them, made love to Snake, and at times had to listen to Charlie's helter-skelter rap, still half believing it was true. I didn't want to do this. More, it was like an unconscious reflex born of habit. It was also, as Crockett said, foolish. A game I was playing that was rooted in conditioning and based in a part on my fear of completely severing ties with the family, even after I sensed there was nothing left to salvage. Accepting this was to admit I had been a fool, a dupe, just another of Charlie's pawns, which I had. Describing my feelings is not easy, since they changed often and there were many levels and much confusion. Inside, I told myself they did not kill Shorty. I'd seen him less than half a month before. I'd waved and he waved back. Charlie was merely trying to manipulate my fears. It was easy to say, yeah, we had to kill Shorty. But where was the proof? Charlie was always boasting of his macho exploits, but I had never actually seen him so much as step on a bug. Yet deeper down, I sensed it was true. I'd felt it. At that point, I still had no idea how deeply programmed I was, how much work it would take to free myself. Early one morning, sometime around the 1st of October, Charlie spotted me on the hillside and hiked up to where I stood, surveying the valley while sipping a cup of hot coffee. He reminded me that a year had passed since we had first come to the Barker Ranch as a family. He told me he was taking an expedition over to the Saline Valley and asked if I'd take the younger girls. Snake, Kitty, Weish, Sherry, Barbara, and Patty up to the Lotus Mine to hide out for a few days while he was gone. Charlie frequently moved his young loves to different locations, calling it survival training. Yet part of it, I knew, was his paranoia that if left alone at the Myers Ranch, they would be vulnerable to outside influences. You don't have to go all the way with them or nothing. Just show them how to get up there. That's a pretty tricky trail, you know, and they've never been up there. I don't mind, Charlie, I said. An hour later, I met the girls at the head of Goler Wash, and we started for the Lotus, a defunct gold mine located about midway up Goler Canyon, at the top of the mountain, a strategic spot from which to survey the entire valley. The climb from the base of the wash to the mine and the small stone dwelling beside it followed a steep, twisting trail replete with switchbacks and spots where the footing was treacherous. Halfway up, Sherry and Barbara announced they had left their packs and canteens at the bottom of the trail and went back to get them, and I continued on to the mine with the girls. After helping them make camp, I hiked down the Quebrada and back 4 miles to the Barker Ranch. Later that afternoon, when Crockett, Brooks, and I went down to retrieve supplies from the foot of the wash, Sherry and Barbara Hoyt suddenly appeared from behind a rock, claiming they wanted to hike out of the valley and go back to L.A. "We're afraid of Charlie," Barbara declared. Crockett listened while they confessed to their fears, his face expressionless, his eyes scanning the alluvial fan that stretched 23 miles toward Ballarat. He reached over and felt the canteen Barbara had strapped to her waist. "Getting dark," he said. "Might as well go up with us. Think this out. That night, we sat around the table, drinking coffee and listening to Barbara and Sherry. Both girls were relative latecomers to the family. Barbara arriving at Gresham Street at a time when Helter Skelter was in its incipient stages. They had not been exposed to the in-depth indoctrination of some of the original girls, whose loyalty to Charlie was never in question. Barbara's voice was high-pitched and agitated. Charlie says we're free, that there are no rules, but we are not free. He says we can do what we want, but we can't. He said 2 weeks ago that if we tried to leave, he'd poke out our eyes with sticks. All we want is to go back to Ballarat, Sherry added. From there we can get to L.A. After the girls had gone to sleep, I discussed it with Crockett and decided that I would take them to the base of the canyon, drive down the gorge in the power wagon, and leave them at the edge of the valley. Give them enough water and tell them to keep a steady pace. They won't have no trouble. We'll feed them a good breakfast in the morning. At noon the next day, I dropped them off at the edge of the canyon, then headed back in the power wagon. I drove slowly, bouncing and weaving along the valley floor, avoiding eroded gullies and boulders. The sun blazed off the hood of the car, casting a blinding reflection. To cut the glare, I put on a pair of dark glasses that were lying on the dashboard. It was well over 120 degrees in the shade, the air bone dry. Sherry and Barbara would have to go slowly in the heat, but they had enough water, and I knew from experience that, barring unforeseen circumstances, they would make it with little problem. I was nearing a point just south of Halfway House Spring, a particularly rocky stretch of ground almost directly beneath the Lotus Mine, when something distracted me. I looked to my left just as Charlie's head appeared above the rocks in the gully where he'd been, filling his canteen. At the very instant our eyes met, the left rear tire popped, the echo reverberating against the walls of the canyon. It was as if all the pressure generated by our gaze had caused the blowout. I sat stunned, listening to the hiss of escaping air as Charlie scrambled toward me over the rocks. He was shirtless and had snake's binoculars around his neck. I knew at once he'd been watching me from the Lotus Mine. He had a shit-eating grin on his face as he approached me, dusting off his buckskins with his hands. He took off the hat he was wearing and held it as though appraising it, then looked at me. Thought you were heading out to Saline. Just wanted to check the girls, he said evenly. He leaned against the fender of the truck and put his hat back on. Hey, brother, he drawled. You wouldn't lie to me, would you? No. You wouldn't take Barbara and Sherry down the canyon, did ya? I looked Charlie dead in the eye. No. Charlie grinned. We both knew I lied, yet for some reason he reacted as though I had said yes, as though my lie had been programmed by him. That was Charlie's way. When things went against him, he often acted as though he had programmed it, so that no matter what was it said, he was in control. Well, he said, you want to drive me down there so we can pick them up? Got a flat. No jack. How about walking with me? I gotta get back to the ranch, get this truck fixed. He gave me a long, hard look. Guess I'll have to get them myself. With that, he turned and trotted down the wash. Frightened and confused, I scrambled up the wash. Sherry and Barbara had a 3-mile start on Charlie, but they didn't know he was after them. and we told them to conserve energy and go slow. Had the car been running, we'd have caught them in 20 minutes. I figured they had a 50-50 chance of making it. If he did catch them, I didn't know what he'd do. But it wouldn't be pleasant. For the first time, I was really scared. Up until then, my actions had all been open and above board insofar as Charlie was concerned. There was still the implication in the game we were playing that I might be won back to the fold, that Charlie might still invalidate Crockett. But helping his girls escape, I couldn't have crossed him in a more blatant fashion. I had an impulse to go back and find him. I felt like a condemned man, sensing that unless I confronted him right away, I'd never be able to face him. But I wanted to talk to Crockett. "I think you're right," Crockett said after listening to what had happened. "Better go back and meet him. Tell him straight away. That lie put you on the run, and the longer you got it hanging over you, the more it's gonna wear you down." I filled the canteen and put on my boots. Crockett went out on the porch with me. "What you can do," he said, "is process yourself on the way down there, so there's minimum tension when you meet him. You just imagine everything that could possibly happen when you see him. Everything. As vividly as you can. As many times as you can. All while you're walking. That way you run all the excess tension and energy off the actual confrontation, so it's cleaner. See what I'm driving at?" "Yeah, I see." "It ain't like you imagine they're gonna happen. It's just taking the tension off the possibilities. Like making them pictures go away, so you don't bring them up when you get there. You just do it." I knew Charlie had 8 or 9 miles on me, but I took off anyway. It was dusk by the time I reached the base of the canyon and started out across the valley. I must have gone at least 10 miles when I realized the futility of trying to catch Charlie at night. I knew, too, that if I remained in the valley, he might not see me when he returned to Goler Canyon. It was bitter cold and pitch dark when I reached the base of the valley, wondering how I could ever stay warm through the night. Just moments later, I stumbled through a clump of brush, and my foot struck something soft. I reached down to find a sleeping bag. Brand new and still encased in a cellophane wrapper, probably dropped during one of the supply runs. It was uncanny, but no more freaky than the flat tire earlier that day. I was dumbfounded as I pondered the workings of fate while hiking back to the mouth of the wash. By then, I was totally exhausted. I laid my bag down in the middle of the trail, at a spot where Charlie could not help but see me, and despite my apprehension, fell asleep almost at once. About mid-morning the next day, Tex, Bruce, and Brenda came bounding up the wash in a bright red Toyota. They stopped just 5 feet from me and honked, jolting me from sleep. They'd been staying at the hot springs. When I asked where Charlie was, they said he was behind them a few miles in another dune buggy. "Are Sherry and Brenda with him?" "No. Why?" Brenda asked. "Just wondered." I got out of the sleeping bag and started rolling it up. "You need a ride back up?" "Gotta talk to Charlie." For the next hour I waited, still processing all the confrontation possibilities in my mind. I was apprehensive, but in control. It must have been close to noon when Charlie finally rumbled into view, about 20 yards from where I sat, hunched against the cool wall of the canyon. The moment he spotted me, he stopped the buggy and leaped out with a .45 pistol in his hand. "You motherfucker," he shouted. "I should blow your head off." My heart was thudding, but I didn't panic. Charlie's eyes were bloodshot, his face windburned and dry. He pushed the barrel into my chest. "You ready to die?" he bellowed. I held my breath but didn't flinch, then said, "Sure, go ahead. I fucked up. Maybe I deserve it." "I'd be doing you a favor." "Maybe so." Then he thrust the gun at me and I took it. "Maybe you ought to kill me. See what it's like." "No, Charlie. You know I don't want to do that." "How about if I just cut you a little?" He pulled out his knife and shoved the point against my throat. I took a step back. "Well, then you cut me." He offered me the knife and I shook my head. "You know what I ought to do? I ought to kill that fucking old man. He talked those girls into leaving." No, he didn't. All they wanted was food and water. They were leaving anyway. Well, he put discontent in their heads. "Get in." Charlie pointed toward the dune buggy, and we both climbed in. He laid the .45 in the back and fired up the engine. "I caught up with those girls in Ballarat," he said, without looking at me. "They wouldn't talk. I gave them $20 and sent them back to Spawns." Moments later, Charlie was laughing. He put his arm around me. "Nothing's changed, you know, between you and me. What goes around comes around. We're still brothers. And no redneck piggy miner is gonna change that. 'Cause one day he's gonna wake up and find that he just ain't here." Near the top of the canyon, we came up behind Juan and Brooks hiking toward the ranch. Charlie stopped and they climbed in. "Where you been, Juan? Seems like I hardly ever see you anymore." Juan didn't reply, but he held Charlie's gaze through a rearview mirror. Charlie pulled up at the gate and stopped. We all piled out. "Say hello to that old man for me," he said. Then he lurched forward in a swirl of dust, and we headed into the yard as Crockett came down to meet us. Juan Flynn had difficulty sleeping at night. He knew too much. Charlie had told him things. While we asked him what things, Juan remained evasive, preferring to keep his knowledge to himself, thinking that, perhaps as I had, by disclosing such information, he could only spread fear. Juan suspected Charlie of many things, but he wanted to be sure. He was like that, the kind of person who comes to his own conclusions. I always admired Juan for that quality. We all did. Also, having a 6'5" Vietnam vet on our side was reassuring. Still, Juan's insomnia permitted only intermittent rest, and he spent hours with a shotgun sitting on a hillside outside the ranch house, on patrol, Crockett used to call it. We were staying in the bunkhouse then, the four of us on cots in one small room. At night, we'd play bridge and games in concentration. Sometimes, Juan talked about his Panamanian mother, who knew voodoo. She have, my mother, strong powers to keep these spirits under control. One day, I walk out the street in front of my home and find a dagger stuck in the ground, and my mother tell me not to touch, that it keep away the locura. How you say, craziness. Following my episode with Charlie in the canyon, Juan put a shotgun on nails above his bunk. By that time, Crockett had convinced him to try to sleep. We got a psychic umbrella around the ranch. It's there. Soon as anyone enters that area, we'll wake up. Ain't no way Charlie's gonna sneak up on us. One night, about 2 o'clock, he tried it. We were all asleep, bundled up in sleeping bags. The nights had turned cold. We had a small wood-burning stove set up in one corner. I was awakened by Juan thrashing around in bed, talking in his sleep. Crockett and Poston were also awakened. We lay there, watching and listening to Juan. "You son of a bitch," he muttered. "You motherfucker. Okay, I got you. I got you. No, you ain't getting away. There, I'm in your lung. Now burn. I'm burning real good." Juan's legs flailed inside the sleeping bag, his body dangling over the edge of the bunk at both ends. Finally, his foot struck the shotgun, and it fell on top of him. When he opened his eyes, I was looking straight at him from my bed, just adjacent to his. Across the room, Crockett lay there, wide awake on his bunk. Brooks was already sitting up. "What's going on, Juan?" "I got him," Juan muttered. "It's Charlie, ain't it? He's sneaking up on us out there." "Yeah, but I got him good. I burned in there, in his lung." "It's Charlie and somebody else," Crockett said. "I got him," Juan repeated, his voice still groggy. "Yeah, but he's still coming," I said. Crockett sat up. "He may be coming, but by the time he gets here, he's going to be so wiped out, he won't be able to do much." Juan slipped out of the bag and climbed down from the bed. He picked up the shotgun and checked the chamber before setting the weapon on top of the bunk. Then he walked to the door and went onto the porch. Seconds later, we heard him. "Hi, Charlie. What you looking for?" Charlie's response was unintelligible. Then we heard Juan. "And you too, Clem, you sneaky motherfucker. I know you're out there. And you, Bruce Cabro." Charlie followed Juan inside the bunkhouse. Charlie was white. He looked totally disoriented. Crockett grinned, lit a cigarette, and offered one to Charlie. "Kinda late for a social call, ain't it?" Charlie wore buckskins and carried a leather thong over his shoulder. "One of these nights I'm gonna sneak up on you motherfuckers," he said evenly, forcing a grin, still trying to regain his composure. "And when I do—" "Now that's impossible," Crockett said. "Ain't no such thing as sneaking up on people. You know it, and I know it. All that sneaking up is just make-believe. Something people do to keep up a little intrigue in their lives." "Yeah," I added. "You taught us too well." Charlie grinned, and some of the color returned to his face. "Yeah, well, you folks just sleep tight." He turned and walked out the door, and Juan called after him. "Hey, Charlie, next time, cabron, there ain't gonna be no next time." 2 nights later, we all woke up simultaneously. "Charlie," Brooks said, creepy-crawly. "Son of a bitch!" "He don't give up, does he?" Crockett sat up and reached for his shirt. I put on my pants, then hopped back up on the bunk. Juan's shotgun was under my sleeping bag. I tossed it to Juan. We were all sitting up, and Crockett was smoking a cigarette when Charlie pushed the door open and came crawling in on his hands and knees. "Hi, Charlie," I said. "Buenas noches, cabrón." "Lose something, Charlie?" Charlie was utterly humiliated, but he didn't lose his composure. "One of these nights," he said. Then he got up and walked out the bunkhouse. We heard him say something to Tex and Bruce, and I went to the window and watched as they walked to the gate. Crockett got to his feet and stretched. "Let's head down to the main house and make some coffee. 'Bout time we had a little powwow." It was clear that we had pushed Charlie to his limit. Up until then, the rules of the game had dictated a certain bizarre etiquette that we'd all adhered to. But Charlie's karma was turning. It had started to turn from the day he met Crockett. Charlie could not get to Crockett. Charlie needed the paranoia of the city to work his fear tactics. In the desert, Crockett was on home ground, amid surroundings which were a part of his consciousness. Before, there had been no doubts. Charlie's belief in his destiny had been reinforced by an entire family of followers. 2 months had passed since the Tate LaBianca murders, and still the law had nothing on him. They'd busted him for stolen vehicles, but could not hold him. This made Charlie strong, made Helter Skelter even more of a reality. It validated Charlie's power. The fact that people had actually gone out and committed murder for him was proof of that power. Proof that his revolution, despite all odds, was meant to be, and that it was beyond the law. Then Crockett appeared and the family began to disintegrate. Charlie sought to beat Crockett at his own game, but without success. He could not discredit the man. Maybe Charlie was wrong. Maybe Crockett actually had more knowledge than he did. If that were the case, then perhaps Charlie had created a myth. He had killed for nothing. Maybe Helter Skelter wasn't real. That's when Charlie began to doubt himself. And that's when his karma turned, and he grew desperate. Though we didn't know it at the time, Charlie's rampages in the desert had begun to reflect his frustrations. Just days before his nocturnal visits to us, he and Clem and Tex set fire to a construction site and several pieces of large earth-moving equipment. A sure way to bring the man down on them. Crockett had sensed the dangers, but had no intention of letting someone drive him away from the canyon. He had also been curious to play out his hand with Charlie. Until that night. "Seems to me," he said, once we were seated around the table with our coffee, "that things are getting a little out of hand. What's nice about being here is the peace of mind. But there don't seem to be much of that left. More like the city up here now. Old Charlie brought Helter Skelter with him, but I hate like hell to pull out. Just when we're having success with our prospecting and finding that other stuff." Juan picks up a shotgun and walks to the door. "I don't stay," he said. "I'm going back." He walked out onto the porch. We took our coffee and joined him, sitting on the steps. The night was cold, studded with stars, but there was enough light to see the craggy spine of the Panamints cutting sharply across the sky. "We'll give it one more week," Crockett said. "Make one more supply run. We can't stay too much longer, 'cause the cops are gonna swarm this place. I can feel it." The following morning, Juan and I set out for Las Vegas. The trip took 6 hours. Most of it was made in silence. Several times I tried to engage Juan in conversation, but he wasn't in the mood to talk. He said only that he planned to return to Spawn's and to pick up his back pay from George. And after that, he confessed he didn't know what he was going to do. "Maybe when you and Brooks and Crockett find a good mine, I come and work with you." But I don't come back to Barker Ranch. No more. I let Juan out on the outskirts of Las Vegas. While he hitchhiked south toward Baker, I drove on into town. It took 3 days to get supplies, round up parts for my BSA, and deliver a couple of messages for Crockett. By noon on the 4th day, I was on my way back. Like Juan, I too thought of leaving. Charlie's terror tactics, even though they had backfired, had transformed our quiet, productive scene into a perverse kind of torture. I had gained a certain satisfaction in seeing Charlie's interaction with Crockett, since it reinforced my withdrawal from the family and served to convince me I had made a wise decision. But I knew Charlie couldn't and wouldn't be pushed much farther. His own credibility was on the line. There was too much at stake. Had I known just how much, I never would have returned that afternoon. By the time I parked the truck at Barker's, it was too late to carry in the supplies, so I left everything and hiked back up to the ranch. When I got there, all the lights in the ranch house were on. I saw Snake and Squeaky walking up the path to the house. 2 dirt bikes were parked at the gate and 3 or 4 dune buggies beyond the bunkhouse. Clem and Bruce Davis were sitting beside Brenda when I opened the gate. I saw Sadie coming down the road from the Myers place with Weish and Kitty Lutsinger, one of Bobby's old girlfriends. As I reached the porch, I spotted 2 of the girls getting out of the bus, followed by Tex and Bill Vance, who had driven a new dune buggy up the back route by way of Furnace Creek. My heart was pounding as I walked into the house. Charlie sat at the table across from Snake. Katie was cutting Snake's hair. Snake smiled, but she looked ghostly. She laughed nervously when I sat down. "Glad you're back, brother," Charlie said, getting to his feet and stretching his arms over his head. "Where's Brooks and Crockett?" "Don't know." Charlie walked past me to the door. "But I gotta dig a couple of graves before it gets dark." He let the door slam as he walked out. Fear, rage, utter desperation commingled inside me. Tex came in with a shotgun and sat down at the table. Then Squeaky, Sandy, and Brenda entered the house. All had short, uneven, recently cut hair. The sound of the scissors slicing through Snake's hair sent chills down my back. Bruce came in and sat down across from me. His face was red and puffy. Some of the sores on his arms had healed, but new ones had erupted on his neck, just under his chin. "Where's that Panamanian piggy?" he rasped. Before I could respond, Charlie called to him from the porch and he walked out. I got up, went into the bathroom, and closed the door. I had to compose myself. I had to face Charlie without blowing it. I heard him and Bruce walk past the house. I heard Bruce's coarse, pneumatic laugh as I started to take a piss. Then I heard Charlie speaking to Phil Sims, an ex-con and a friend of Charlie's who had apparently just arrived. "How's your wife, Jean?" Charlie wanted to know. "Real pain in the ass at the moment. You know how women are." "Well," Charlie blurted, his voice hard and without a trace of humor, "why don't you bring her up here, and we'll throw her down a mine shaft? Then you can move in with us." I didn't wait for Phil's reply, but went back into the living room. Katie, Stephanie, and Cappy were in the kitchen preparing a meal. Cappy said, "Hi, Paul," as I paused, past the kitchen doorway, and took a seat by the table, just as Charlie and Bruce walked in from the porch and sat down. In addition to Charlie and Bruce, there were 2 other males seated at the table. A kid they called Zero, and a part-time wrangler from Spawns named Larry Jones. There were also 2 new girls, introduced to me as Beth and Shelley. With his family slowly disintegrating around him, Charlie felt the need of recruiting additional followers. But I paid little attention to any of them. All my focus was on Charlie. He grinned at me. "Let's make a little music." His eyes were dancing. I knew it was test time and sensed as I held his gaze that what lay in the balance was everything. While he tuned the guitar, he told me that the tapes we'd made at Spawn's were sent to be recorded and that an LP record would soon be released. He said it was long overdue, but our hard work would pay off. I put all my attention on Charlie, on the music. I listened to the sounds he made on the guitar. Then he sang, and I sang with him, and it was like one sound. Afterward, he came back over and put his arm around me. "You're finally back, huh? Where you belong. It's about time." We ate a huge meal together that night. Then the girls moved the table and chairs and brought in mattresses and laid them on the floor. Tex built a fire and we all gathered around Charlie to make music. I sensed that it was all a means of showing me that the family was still unified, that the love was still there, that we were still one. But going through the motions was not enough. The people sitting around me, Snake on my left, Brenda on my right, then Katie, Sadie, Stephanie, Weish, Cappy, Tex, Kitty, Bill Vance, Crazy Patty, Sandy, Clem, and Squeaky, seemed lifeless. With their close-cropped hair, the girls looked like a gaggle of militant dykes. There was no feeling. There was only a strange, depraved momentum set in motion by Charlie. When I looked at Snake, I felt sick inside. Her eyes were glassy and lusterless. She looked insane. When Charlie made a joke, everyone laughed, yet the laughter was soulless and without joy. At times I found the girls looking at me as though I were a stranger, or perhaps someone they had seen before, but could not quite remember. Still, there had been a connection, however vague and nostalgic, and I felt it. I also felt Charlie's attention on me, particularly after he began to play the guitar. Like the others, I went through the motions. We were getting ready to drop acid when Bruce Davis came stumbling into the room to announce that the truck was stuck in the wash. Charlie flew into a rage. "Motherfucker!" he shouted. "Can't you do anything without someone holding your hand? I might as well send a girl to drive the truck. We gotta drop off that gasoline and get supplies." "I can get the truck out, Charlie," I said. Charlie's eyes found mine. He got to his feet and walked across the room, muttering to himself. "Yeah," he said finally. "Why don't you do that? Deliver them gas drums and pick up supplies. Then come back here. You go too," he said to Bruce. "Make sure everything gets back safe and sound." "Everything." Bruce nodded. Charlie was taking a chance, yet he probably saw it as an opportunity to teach Bruce a lesson while testing me at the same time. In a way, it was a continuation of the power games he had been playing with Crockett. With Crockett gone, he may have considered his position stronger. He knew that Bruce, having assumed my position within the family, would keep a close eye on me. Charlie went into the bedroom and came out with a wad of folded bills, which he laid in my hand. "Here's $300. Buy some camping gear and a couple of parachutes. Then play the slot machines for me. Okay?" I interpreted this gesture as a vote of confidence and a means of castigating Bruce. Less than a week before, I had been on Charlie's shit list. Now, he was entrusting me with money and responsibility for supplies. He was also, he believed, securing an implied agreement from me to return. My plan at that point was simple: to get the truck unstuck, get to Vegas, and start looking for Brooks and Crockett. I had a growing sense that they were safe, and I wasn't that worried about Bruce Davis. Charlie walked with us down to the gate, Bruce on one side, me on the other. For a long moment we stood in silence, looking down the road that leads to Guller Wash. Charlie lit a cigarette and exhaled into the chill night air. I was aware of a low rumbling sound that seemed to seep up out of the canyon, the same psychic vibration that preceded Charlie's arrival at Barker's just weeks before. I had an impulse to ask Charlie and Bruce if they heard a sound, but thought better of it. Even then, I knew what that sound was. It was a sound Brooks and Crockett and I heard a week earlier. The sound of the man closing in. As I stood beside Charlie listening to his final instructions to Bruce, I recalled the words he had spoken to me at Gresham Street over 6 months before. You know, once Helter Skelter comes down, I'll be going back to the joint. After that, it'll be up to you. It was after 3 a.m. by the time we got the truck out and drove it to the base of the wash. I told Bruce to stop while I lifted my BSA out of the pickup. Without a word, he helped me load it into the flatbed. Then we headed out across the valley toward Ballarat to deliver Charlie's gas drums and continue on to Las Vegas. Bruce did a lot of talking on that trip. He told me about going to London and studying Scientology. He told me Helter Skelter would stun the world. He also told me something I'd heard before: how hard it had been to kill Shorty Shea. Once we got to Vegas, I ditched Bruce long enough to make a phone call to Shoshone. I spoke to Don Ward. When I asked if he knew where Crockett and Poston were, he said, "Maybe, but we gotta talk to make sure who you are." The next day, I unloaded my bike and drove it to Shoshone. Brooks Poston and Paul Crockett were in Don Ward's office when I got there. The following morning, the Barker Ranch was busted. Part 4. The truth will set you free. Chapter 23. Leaving the family that night with Bruce for what I thought to be the last time did not break my ties with Charlie. Even after he went to LA County Jail as a murder suspect. On the contrary, and for a variety of reasons, not the least of which, perhaps, was Charlie's physical absence, I was drawn back to the family. Charlie's powers, though he was behind bars, did not diminish. For months, he would manipulate not only a large segment of the public and mass media, but also law enforcement officials, lawyers, even judges. He also managed to hold the family together. Unwittingly, I helped him. He had attempted to program me for this long before. When Helter Skelter comes down, I'll be back in the joint. It'll be up to you. While my motives were never completely clear, being at times as much subconscious as conscious, my actions did serve, as Crockett put it, to hold the family together when you should just let it die. I continued to work with Crockett and Brooks, but I was divided within myself. I can honestly say that no time in my life was more agonizing than the months between Charlie's capture and his conviction. I walked a mighty thin line. The view from the middle often gives a panorama of all sides. But my balance was precarious at best, and what I paid for that vantage point in suffering was more than I could afford. That I survived at all appears, in retrospect, something of a miracle. The hillsides around Shoshone are riddled with man-made caves, dug originally by itinerant miners, prospectors, and other vagabonds who, over the years, found the town a convenient oasis in the scorching lowlands of the Amargosa Valley. Shoshone was also on the railroad line and for a time the site of a thriving hobo jungle, which centered in and around the Tufa Caves. Crockett and Poston were broke and living in one of those caves when I arrived on October 9th. Don Ward had told them, as he told me, not to leave Shoshone, that the Barker Ranch was about to be busted. The following day, just before dawn, while the three of us slept off a reunion celebration on the floor of the cave, officers from the Highway Patrol, the Inyo County Sheriff's Office, and the National Park Rangers assembled near Goler Wash for a raid on the Barker Ranch. A raid that lasted 3 days and resulted in the capture of Charlie and most of the family. All were taken to Inyo County seat in Independence, just 4 hours north of Shoshone, and booked for auto theft. I didn't know then, nor did Brooks or Crockett, that during the raid, Stephanie Schramm and Kitty Lutzinger, Bobby Beausoleil's girlfriend, who was then 5 months pregnant with his child, had been trying to escape from the family. They asked the police for protection, and they were taken to Independence to be interviewed by detectives. When it was learned that Kitty was Bobby's girlfriend, she was asked what she knew about the Hinman murder. She said she had heard that Manson had sent Bobby and a girl named Susan Atkins to Hinman's house to collect some money, and that when he refused to pay, they had killed him. On October 13th, Brooks, Crockett, and I were escorted to Independence by Don Ward and the officers of the Highway Patrol. Brooks and Paul had already made statements to law enforcement officials, including Ward, as to the nature of goings-on at the Barker Ranch. They had talked about Charlie's philosophy and helter-skelter. The law, however, at that point appeared little interested in such bizarre and unlikely tales. The primary concern, it seemed, at least on the surface, was that Manson and the others be identified and linked to the stolen vehicles found at the ranch. We were shown photographs of dune buggies and Harleys and asked to identify them. We did, both privately to Dave Stuber of the Highway Patrol and later that week during Charlie's preliminary hearing in the Inyo County Courthouse. But during that hearing, things changed drastically. One morning, flocks of reporters appeared in the courtroom. Not only LA and local press, but foreign correspondents as well. What had started out as a quiet, routine procedure became suddenly a circus of spectators, reporters, cops, and lawyers. Word was out that this was not a simple case of auto theft. Charles Manson had become a murder suspect. Independence, though it's the seat of Inyo County, is a small, immaculate town in the heart of the Owens Valley at the foot of the eastern Sierras. From the center of the main drag, snow-capped peaks are visible year-round. The county itself is the second largest in the state, but has fewer than 17,000 inhabitants. During the court proceedings, it seemed as though all of them had flocked to Independence. I remember Crockett saying one morning, "Jesus, there just ain't no place to hide." Everywhere we went, we were hounded by reporters. Crockett told us to keep quiet and let things blow over a little. But that didn't happen. It just got more intense. Finally, one morning, while we were drinking coffee in a waiting room outside the courthouse, Crockett said it was time we took some of the story to the press. "Look at it this way," he said. Old Charlie always wanted his story told. We might as well tell it. It ain't all pretty, but it needs to be told. People should know what the hell went on. What can happen to the mind. Most people ain't gonna believe it anyway, but eventually there's gonna be a lot said about it. Hell, there's gonna be books written about it. Another of Crockett's motives, though he didn't express it at the time, was money. We were stone broke. We couldn't go back to the mine. Police had made Goler Wash a restricted area. Meanwhile, foreign correspondents were clamoring for information. The more we refused to talk, the more they wanted to make a deal for our story. 2 days before leaving Independence, we agreed to meet in LA and give it to them. Around the middle of November, at approximately the same time Sadie was at Sybil Brand Penitentiary for Women, telling her story to Ronnie Howard, Juan, Brooks, Crockett, and I met with reporters, Don Dornan, Ivor Davis, and Jerry LeBlanc, at Sherman Oaks, and told them what we knew about the Manson family, including the murder of Gary Hinman, and what we'd heard regarding Shorty's death. The interviews lasted 5 days and resulted in the publication of articles in both Spain and Germany, as well as a book, which we did not agree to, that was later released, called 5 to Die. We were paid $1,100 each for our information. Afterward, Crockett, Brooks, and I went back to Shoshone, while Juan remained in L.A. It was a scary time for us. Word had it that Charlie had issued more threats. Most of the family, including Clem and Bruce, had been released from Inyo County and were back in L.A., living at Spawns. Our own living conditions in the cave were no means pleasant. Without electricity or water, we were forced to use candles and to transport water a mile up the mountain from Shoshone in 5-gallon containers. Since Goler Canyon was off limits, we could not go to the mine, and we had to find work in Shoshone. I managed to get hired washing dishes in the Shoshone Cafe, and also worked with Brooks and Crockett doing town maintenance for the Charles Brown Company. We worked our asses off, did everything, trimmed trees, painted buildings, laid concrete, dug ditches, pumped cesspools. In late November, we moved out of the cave and rented a house on the main highway across the street from the high school football field. It was a small place, 2 bedrooms, a tiny, narrow kitchen, and a fair-sized living room. There was also a small fireplace, which became essential as weather turned colder in winter. In front of it, Crockett set up his table, and at nights after work, while we practiced our music, he spent hours playing solitaire. Around Christmas time, Juan Flynn moved in with us. By then, Charlie, Sadie, and Leslie had been charged with murder and indicted. Katie and Tex were still out of the state. Juan brought us further news. Others associated with the Manson family had reportedly been killed. One of them was Joel Dean Pugh, Sandra Good's ex-husband. The other, a young man I'd met only 2 months before, John Philip Hott, better known as Zero. Shoshone was far from mellow for any of us. People didn't take to ex-Manson family members living in their midst, particularly after the story in the LA Times, Susan Atkins' story of 2 nights of murder. Notices were posted advising that people keep their children, particularly their young daughters, under lock and key while we were in town. Petitions were circulated to have us removed. Letters were sent to the district attorney. Being glared at, ignored, and verbally berated became a part of our daily experience. And while, in time, it lessened somewhat, it never stopped completely. The only saving grace was that Don Ward, one of the few people who sought to understand the dynamics of the Manson family, became our friend, and to some extent served as a buffer between us and the public at large. Sometime around Christmas, shortly after Charlie had been granted the right to defend himself, I felt the urge to go to LA and see the family. I don't know if it was a programmed response, an implant Charlie had made months before, curiosity, guilt, or a perverse sense of my own confusion. I don't know what it was, but I did miss the family and still considered many of its members my friends. When I told Crockett, he said it didn't surprise him. He said it would take a long time to get free of Charlie's programs and my ties to the family, and that I wouldn't ever do it by avoiding the issue. I'd read newspaper accounts, and I'd listened to Juan. I could well imagine the paranoia at Spawn's. But I wanted to see for myself. I wanted to see Charlie. I wanted to see the others. And at a deeper level, I wanted to extricate some meaning from all the horror and carnage, to step back into the nightmare and find something worth salvaging. When I asked Juan if he'd heard anything about Snake, he said he had. They sent her to mental hospital. The first thing I did when I got to LA was call Patton State Hospital. They said Diane Lake was there, but I couldn't see her. Afterward, I went directly to the Los Angeles County Jail to see Charlie. The meeting was arranged by Charlie's lawyer, Dae Shin, who escorted me to the small glass-enclosed room where we both waited. Moments later, Charlie came in, all smiles, clean-shaven and wearing his blue jumpsuit prison garb. "Hey, brother, hey, where you been?" He gave me a hug and grinned at Dae Shin. "This is the man I've been waiting for," he said. "How's things, Charlie?" He shrugged. "I'm just here for Christmas." He winked at Dae Shin. "I always come home for Christmas." Charlie lit a cigarette and pulled the ashtray in front of him. "Lot to do," he said. "The girls need your help, you know. All this legal shit to attend to. They got a place on Chandler Street in Van Nuys. Got the scene going at Spawn's, too. We're getting the album out. You gotta help them out. Keep things together." Listening to Charlie rap, you'd have thought he was free. He spoke as though nothing had changed, and that being in prison for murder was merely a temporary inconvenience. He was, in fact, in excellent spirits. Overnight, he'd become an internationally known figure. He'd made the cover of Life magazine. There was also a small yet vocal segment of radicals who were calling him a hero. My impulse was to ask him about the Tate LaBianca murders, but with Dae Shin sitting beside me, I remained silent. "What you been doing?" he finally asked me. Before I could reply, he went on. "You still with Crockett?" I nodded. "Hey, tell me something. Does he try? I mean, psychic energy. You know, does he try, or does it just happen? I mean, I sit in my cell and put all my attention on the bars to make them dissolve. But they won't do it, you know. They won't do it because I try." I told Charlie that Crockett didn't try. I realized even then how dangerous a game I was playing. You can't be on all sides at once. Yet, that's what I was doing. I was with Crockett. I was also with those who sought to prosecute Charles Manson. Along with Brooks and Juan, I had told the DA and other cops all I knew about the family. Yet, when Charlie asked what I'd said to the law, I didn't lie. "We're just telling your story, Charlie. You know, just telling it like it is. 'Cause your story has to be told. The true story." "Dig it," Charlie quipped, glancing at Shin. The truth will set you free. Even Crockett will tell you that. What struck me then, and continued to amaze me during subsequent trips with Charlie, was his preoccupation with Crockett. Invariably, he would ask about my relationship to him, and if he had taught me anything, I might pass along. I told Charlie that if I could think of anything, I'd let him know. After leaving the jail, I drove directly to Spawn's ranch in a battered Chevy pickup I'd borrowed from a friend of Juan's. As I wound my way up Santa Susana Pass in second gear, I flashed on all the journeys I'd made on that road with Charlie and the family. Of the day Brenda and Snake had first taken me there. All that had transpired since then seemed beyond comprehension. I felt apprehensive as I turned into the driveway. On the surface, things hadn't changed. George and Pearl were still there. So was Randy. Gypsy and Squeaky continued to minister to George's needs. The wranglers worked. The tourists came and went. So did the law. The paranoia Juan spoke about was all too apparent. Driving up to the boardwalk was almost eerie. Squeaky, Brenda, Sandy, and Clem were standing by the saloon when I pulled in. While Clem, as usual, was pretty spaced out, the girls seemed alert and animated. They greeted me with open arms. "Charlie said you'd be back," Brenda said, beaming. I spent the afternoon at Spawn's. I saw George and Pearl, and then took a walk up to the outlaw shacks. I watched the wranglers herding horses toward the corral. I thought of the first summer at Spawn's when things had been good. I thought of Shorty Shay. That night I went with the family, or what remained of it, Squeaky, Brenda, Gypsy, Sandy, Clem, and a kid named Kevin, to the Chandler Street house in Van Nuys. On the way, Squeaky told me about the trial, about Leslie, Katie, and Sadie. She said things were working out well, that Charlie would handle his own defense and that he would get off. She also said that the album was being cut in wax. It would soon be released. The Chandler Street house was a 2-bedroom, 2-bath structure and the center of an upper-middle-class residential area in Van Nuys. The property was surrounded by a thick hedge on one side and a chain-link fence on the other. There was an outdoor patio in the back where we convened to discuss legal matters, entertain reporters, and play music. The living room was cluttered with amplifiers and musical instruments, but was otherwise orderly. At that time, the family had 3 vehicles, 2 of which were parked out in front of the house. A late-model Volkswagen van belonging to another new guy named Mark Ross, and an old Studebaker sedan. There was also a pickup truck, which was kept at Spawn's. My return to the family changed the nature of things immediately. If the girls harbored any suspicions as to my loyalty, they didn't show it. I was needed. The Manson family was based on male leadership. Charlie's absence had created a real void, a void Clem, and later Bruce Davis, would never be able to fill, nor the young recruits like Mark and Kevin who began hanging around after the arrests. Unconsciously, I fell into the role at once. While Squeaky continued to brief me on all the legal issues, who needed what, which lawyers had to be fired or hired, I began instituting my own programs, a return to the original philosophy of being unified in love and music. It was completely insane. Charlie was on trial for mass murder. Deep down, I was coming to believe he was guilty of those murders. Yet, there I was, working with the girls on Charlie's behalf in court, while trying to regain some semblance of what the family had once been. all of which seemed fine with Charlie, since the image he was then trying to project to the public was that of the enlightened hippie guru who had become the victim of a degenerate society. When I called Crockett and told him I was moving in with the family, there was a long and pregnant silence on his end. Crockett never gave advice. He didn't then. He merely quoted something from the Bible. "Fools go where angels fear to tread." To this day, I don't know just what forces were impelling me. I was later accused of being a spy for the police, but this was never the case. In part, it was the fulfillment of my role in the family. Charlie had said, "I am you and you are me." That statement was always more applicable to me than to anyone else. He had also said, "Someday you'll be taking over." Too, I may have been motivated by a sense of guilt for having deserted the family. Not just Charlie, but everyone. I wanted to get back to what we once had. Perhaps with Charlie gone there was a chance, but I knew that this was a false hope. Charlie was never gone from the minds of his followers. Though there were times when I realized how much danger I was in, I could not let go. That is the power of programming and what this book is about. When I saw Juan in LA several days later and told him what was happening, he said I was crazy. "Seemed to me like you try and commit suicide." By that time, Crockett, Brooks, and I had all made statements to the DA's investigators. This information I knew would be turned over to Charlie once a motion for discovery was made for by the defense, which means that all evidence of the prosecution, documents, reports, interviews, everything, has to be submitted to the defense for examination. Charlie would see at once that my testimony against him was some of the most damaging, particularly what he had told me about killing Shorty Shea. Even so, there was a part of me which believed that Charlie would realize the wisdom of his own words. The truth will set you free. That by telling the truth, I was doing him a favor. Admitting this now is not easy. Admitting to being a fool never is. But it was not merely a process in which I had been locked up for more than a year and which had left me completely fragmented. The power of programming, hypnosis, call it what you will. I was telling the truth. But I was telling it differently to different people. To Crockett, to the police, to the family. In the face of all the horror, the real truth, I turned my head. It was not a question of personality, character, or reason. It was like being a victim of a destiny I had to trust. I did know one thing. It couldn't go on indefinitely. For the next few weeks I met with Charlie, discussed strategy, helped the girls secure new lawyers. I spoke to Sadie and Leslie and conveyed Charlie's messages. Meanwhile, at the Chandler Street house, I reinstituted therapy sessions and love therapy and began indoctrinating the new guys in the arts of sex. For a time, I did become Charlie in a way that I never had before. Perhaps, unconsciously, I was proving that I could do in the family what Charlie had done in the beginning. And by doing it, that it wasn't such a great achievement. In some sense, this would invalidate Charlie, or at least prove to me that the programs I had accepted were not so important. Perhaps I was trying to free myself by walking a tightrope in front of Charlie's nose. Playing his game even better than he had played it. By the end of January 1970, the only thing I hadn't done was to make love to Squeaky, Charlie's #1 girl. I sensed that some of the other girls were generating pressure in that direction. Only at night did my anxieties really surface. I began suffering from acute insomnia. When I did sleep, I'd invariably have nightmares. I fell into a habit, both at Spawn's and sometimes at the Chandler Street house, of walking all night, alone. Only through total exhaustion could I relieve some of the tension. But I couldn't go on living like that, and I knew it. One morning, the day after I'd been told that Charlie had warned the girls to watch Paul, I returned from Spawn's following an all-night hike. Though totally thrashed, I borrowed Mark Ross's camper and drove it out to Topanga Canyon. I felt the need to see the ocean. Near the base of the canyon, just before it enters the coast highway, I stopped to buy a cup of coffee. As I pulled into the parking lot, I saw a guy get out of his van and trot across the street toward the gas station. He looked familiar, but I wasn't sure. I rolled down my window and shouted, "Hey, Charlie! Blackbeard Charlie!" Slightly, since I'd seen him more than a year before, just a few miles away from where we stood, facing each other in the middle of Topanga Canyon Boulevard. His fleecy, tousled hair hung to his waist. His smile was infectious. He said he'd rented a place up the canyon and invited me up there for breakfast. I followed him in my car. 5 miles back up the canyon, he turned up a steep side road to a small house built beneath a stand of oak trees and parked. Before going inside, we stood on the porch and smoked a joint. I told him about Charlie and the family and what I'd been doing. To my surprise, he knew a lot about the Manson family, firsthand. In July 1969, just after I had split for the desert, Blackbeard had inherited some money and had moved into Topanga Canyon with a friend named Bob Kasabian. A short time later, he met Bob's wife, Linda, who had just joined the family and who, on orders from Charlie, had ripped off Blackbeard for $5,000. When Blackbeard tried to get the money back, Charlie merely showed him the sword he'd used to chop off Gary Himon's ear. Blackbeard got the picture and a week later took off to South America. He'd only recently gotten back and was again living with Bob Kasabian. During the weeks which followed, I visited Blackbeard regularly, thereby adding another dimension to my fragmented state, another tendril of extended energy I could ill afford. When I confided to him the many roles I was playing, maintaining at the same time that I had faith that things were going the way they should, he said he wasn't surprised. He recalled the night we were busted at Half Moon Bay, saying, "I'd never seen anyone turn a scene around like you did that one. It was karma, man. The real McCoy. You blew those pigs' minds." In early February 1970, we were still living in the Chandler Street house during the week and repairing to Spawn's on the weekends to do music and unwind. I continued to confer with Charlie, to help arrange for attorneys, and to convey his messages to Leslie and Sadie. I was also in touch with Crockett and Poston by phone. About that time, Bruce Davis was arrested again and sent to Inyo County on charges of grand theft. I was subpoenaed and told that without my testimony, they couldn't hold him. I hitchhiked to Inyo with a new girl in the family named Ginny, who was carrying 24 tabs of acid, all but 2 of which were sewn into the lining of a sleeping bag. Squeaky had suggested we slip a tab of acid to Bruce during the trial. In part, it was a means of testing me. Charlie had told them to watch me closely. During the proceedings, while Don Ward sat with Crockett and Poston on one side and Ginny on the other, I took the Fifth Amendment, refusing to answer on the grounds that I might incriminate me. Stuber and Inyo's DA, Frank Fells, were furious. They needed the testimony to hold Davis. While they had interviews for me, which more than implicated Bruce Davis, they could not be used in court. Brooks and Crockett knew the game I was into, and they looked pretty dejected. It got even more insane when Ginny got up and, while passing in front of Bruce, slipped him a tab of acid in the courtroom. Bruce dropped it on the floor, but before anyone could react, he picked it up and ate it. A cop, meanwhile, seized Ginny's purse and found the other tab of acid. She was held for 2 days, then released. A few days later, they let Bruce go, and my loyalty to the family was, for the time being, reconfirmed. In the meantime, the scene had been set for my sexual number with Squeaky. It was never talked about directly, but the promptings were there. A feeling that the family would benefit by such a consummation of power. It happened one afternoon at the Chandler Street house. I'd been at court all morning and had just returned to change clothes. While I was changing, Squeaky entered the bedroom and flopped down on the bed. She was talking about how great things were going, that Charlie was going to walk. The Free Press was taking up the cause. This was during the time that Bernadine Dorn told a convention of students for a democratic society, offing those rich pigs with their own forks and knives and eating a meal in the same room. Far out. The Weathermen dig Charles Manson. It was also at the height of Charlie's flamboyant courtroom theatrics when he wore embroidered shirts, kept his hair combed, and paraded around the courtroom like a peacock. I walked by Squeaky, telling her to follow me into the other bedroom. I heard her giggle as she waltzed in behind me, removed her blouse, and tossed it on a chair. I'd all but forgotten the day at Barker's when I'd seen Charlie bring Squeaky out of an epileptic seizure following sex. And I was momentarily stunned when, after making love to her, she began to shake and convulse. Within minutes, she had lost all control. It was as if her entire being had been reduced to a quivering mass of jelly. Then her body stiffened and she clenched her fists until her knuckles turned white. Her head thrashed from side to side. "It's okay, Lynn," I said. "It's okay. It's Paul. Just relax." I climbed on top of her and grabbed her by the wrists. "Oh, whoa," she moaned. "Ugh." Her breathing came in short gasps and pants. Go ahead, I said. "Tighten your fingers." "Yeah, good. Tighter. No, tighter. Now relax them. Relax. Now tighten. Relax. Tighten." Using the method I had seen Charlie employ, I was able to settle her down, but it wasn't easy. By the time I'd calmed her, we were both exhausted. Afterward, we drove to Spawn's, and Squeaky behaved as if nothing had happened. But the incident stayed with me, a graphic expression of the control mechanism Charlie had implanted in Squeaky, and by which he had been able to dominate both her mind and body. After that episode, things happened fast. Later that same week, I was coming out of the court building when a dapper little guy, sporting a goatee and dressed in a double-breasted suit, approached me, saying he was a lawyer and wanted to ask me a few questions. I walked with him to a chauffeured limousine, and we drove up to Hollywood. He introduced himself as Jake Friedberg, saying that he just wanted some information about the family, and that he'd make it worth my while to provide it. He'd asked if I'd mind staying at the Continental Hyatt House for a couple of days, and when I said no, he made a reservation for me in the penthouse. I spent 2 days there telling him what I knew. On the morning of the third day, as I was leaving the hotel, I was paged to the phone. It was Crockett. I called him the day I arrived and left my number. His voice was hard and clear, like a pick against granite. "Where the hell have you been?" "Nowhere." "I've been trying to get you. DA's office called us up and said that Freebird is a mafia man. Something about LaBianca's connection with the syndicate. He say anything about it? No. There was a long pause. Then Crockett spoke. Where are you trying to take yourself anyway? Oblivion? I didn't answer. I didn't know. When you coming out to the desert? It won't be long. I waited for Freebird to come back, but he didn't. And I never saw him again. A couple of days later, we moved out of the Chandler Street house and back to Spawn's. George had mellowed out enough to let us move in again on a permanent basis. The day after we moved back, Clem was released on bail and joined the rest of us in a small wooden structure built just beyond Randy Starr's trailer, a beautifully symmetrical building we called the Storybook House. The day we moved in, I was standing on the boardwalk with Sandy when a car with 2 men in it pulled up beside me and stopped. You Watkins? Driver asked. I nodded. Both men got out of the car. Both wore sports jackets and gray fedoras. One of them had on sunglasses. They asked if we could talk, and I led them into the saloon, where Squeaky and Brenda were sitting on the floor working on Charlie's vest. We'll make it fast, the shorter of the 2 men said. We hear Charlie wants to be sprung. Huh? Brenda stood up. We don't know nothing about that. Where'd you hear that? The man looked at Squeaky, his eyes on mine. So what's the deal? I don't know anything about it. And I didn't. The 2 looked at each other. Then the short one grinned. Well, that's cool. Just forget it ever happened. They walked out, climbed in their car, and drove away. To this day, I have no idea what their visit was all about. That same week, a motion for discovery was made by the defense, and all the prosecution's evidence, including my statements, was turned over to Charlie and his ever-changing team of lawyers. I had known this would happen eventually, but I didn't think it would be that soon. I would later learn that on the very day Charlie was presented with those documents, we at Spawn's had set things up for an acid trip to celebrate our return to the ranch. It was rather chilly the night we gathered inside the saloon to play music and smoke a little grass. I had Mark Ross pass out the acid, and we all dropped at the same time. It was good acid, and we each took 1 tab, sitting at the head of the circle on a pillow, with Sandy and Brenda on one side and Squeaky on the other. I felt as though I had assumed control. I sensed at once that Kevin and Mark were uptight. I signaled for Cappy and Ginny to move closer to Mark. We all joined hands and I initiated some motion into the circle. It was then that I saw Mark's eyes kind of roll back in his head. I knew we might lose him if I didn't intervene. I knelt in front of him and raised his hands, setting his palms against mine. Hey, Mark. Hey, man, don't fade a weight on us. I began exerting a slight pressure against his arms until he met the pressure with some resistance. When he did, I gave in to his motion, then applied pressure again. Pretty soon our hands began moving in a series of synchronized movements. I watched his eyes and saw he was coming around. The motion was bringing him around. I'd seen Charlie do the same thing countless times. Pretty soon, everyone was tripping out on me and Mark. Finally, he looked me dead in the eye. As he spoke, so did I. The words we said were the same words. Are you doing that? Or am I? Afterward, we all made love, then lay around rapping and listening to music. Sometime before dawn, we heard 3 vehicles pull up in front of the saloon. Brenda blew out the candles, and Mark and I laid a crossbeam across the door. We could hear the static from squad car radios and the cops as they climbed out of their cars and began flashing their lights along the boardwalk. Go down by the corral and take a look, one of them said. We'll take a peek up this way. The boardwalk creaked as they clomped past the saloon toward the tack room. "Check the back door," I whispered to Cappy. She walked quietly to the rear of the saloon, then came back beside me. "It's locked," she said. "Somebody must have told them we moved back here." Had they wanted, the cops could have gotten inside, but in listening to them, you got the feeling that they really didn't want to. Finally, they convened in front of the saloon, got in their cars, and split. The next morning, though I was scheduled to appear in court on a traffic violation, I accompanied Clem to the Hall of Justice. He too had to appear in court. It was a simple procedure. He merely wanted to change attorneys, substituting Day Shin, at Charlie's suggestion, for Charles Holopeter. All that was required of Clem was a one-word answer: yes. But by then, Steve Grogan was pretty far gone. When he finally was called before the judge, he stood there dumbly, with a leering grin on his face, his hair disheveled across his forehead. "Mr. Grogan, the court is informed that you no longer wish Mr. Charles Holopeter to represent you. That you have decided upon Mr. Day Shin as your new acting attorney. Is that true?" Clem turned and looked at the girls who were seated among the spectators. "Is that true?" the judge repeated. "Huh?" Clem muttered. "Young man, I'm talking to you. Do you understand what I'm saying?" "Huh?" Clem blurted again. The judge then asked Clem to be taken next door and examined for being under the influence of drugs. 45 minutes later, he was escorted into the courtroom again, it being determined that he was not under the influence of any kind of drug or stimulant. When the judge repeated the question, however, Clem's response was the same. We asked for a recess, and I took Clem outside. "Look, man, all you gotta do is say one word. Yes. When he asks you if you want Day Shin, you say yes." "Huh?" he repeated. Finally, I just reared back and slapped him full in face with the flat of my hand and shouted his name. "Steve! Steve, what the fuck is the matter?" His eyes fluttered and he looked at me. "What's the matter?" I repeated. "Where the hell have you been? You okay?" "Sure. You want to keep Holopeter or do you want Day Shin?" "I'd rather have Shin. He seems to know more what's happening." When court reconvened, we went back inside and he told the judge he wanted Day Shin. Seeing Clem so completely dodoed out that morning unnerved me. He played the idiot so long that he literally became an idiot. All his responses were idiot responses. Implants by Charlie. Steve Grogan had, for all intents and purposes, ceased to exist. Why this particular episode jolted me so, I don't know. But unless it was the realization that my own idiocy was no less blatant, I didn't go back to Spawn's that afternoon. Instead, I drove out to Topanga Canyon to visit Blackbeard and spent the night there. The following morning, I appeared before the judge for my traffic violation. Brenda and Squeaky went with me. Since I'd failed to show on 2 previous occasions, the old man was in no mood for excuses and fined me $65 or 5 days in jail. I asked the girls to go out to the car and get some money I'd stashed under the dashboard. Then they went out and didn't come back. And I spent 5 days in the cooler, not knowing that Charlie had already given the girls copies of my statements to the DA. Charles Manson had spent 23 years in prison. To me, 5 days seemed an eternity, particularly since I knew I'd pushed my own games to their limit. Though I was in a cell with 6 other guys, half of them murder cases on appeal, the others alcoholics, I felt totally and utterly alone. I thought about the others in jail. I thought about what going to prison actually meant. I thought about Snake, sitting in a mental ward. I would later see a transcript of a statement she'd made to the police. When asked who she was, she replied, "I am a butterfly in a flower palace. I live on a sea of sand." Perhaps for the first time, I began to see what was happening. Not the sensationalism, the publicity, the theory, the great spectacle that was being created to glut the public's craving for meaning and justice. What I saw was the truth, that the distance between good and evil is short, that the fine line between sanity and insanity is one we all walk, that I was on the brink of self-destruction. Around me were four walls and barred windows, and men who, in the face of life, preferred to stay drunk. I was released early in the morning, sometime around the end of March, and immediately hitchhiked up to Spawn's. 5 nights of insomnia had left me completely obliterated. Sandy, Brenda, and Squeaky were there, waiting with copies of my statements to the police. "What is this shit?" Squeaky shouted, springing to her feet. "What?" I mumbled. "Your goddamn testimony to the Inyo County pigs." "It's the truth. It's the truth. Charlie always said we had nothing to hide. The truth will set you free." "It didn't set you free, did it?" Brenda lashed out. "You want to be free?" Sandy asked. "Judas. You're a Judas. Get fucked." I walked out of the saloon and up to the Storybook House. I grabbed the keys to Mark's van, then trotted up the trail toward the outlaw shacks where it was parked. I didn't know where I was going, but I was getting the hell out of L.A. I stopped in Chatsworth and put some gas in the car, then headed for Topanga Canyon, deciding to see Blackbeard before I split. I was completely disoriented, feeling disgust one moment, anguish the next. My entire being seemed molten, slippery, and out of control, as though all levels of consciousness belonged to the sea, to its currents, its waves, its vastness. I felt like some hapless sailing vessel on the brink of a storm. Part of it was exhaustion. Part of it was I reached the end and the beginning at the same time. Chapter 25. But Jesus said unto him, Judas, betrayest thou the Son of Man with a kiss? Judas, looking back, I see that my relationship to Charlie was that like Judas to Christ. Christ needed a Judas. Together they made the legend. Someone had to tell the story. Someone had to tip off the law. Of all the disciples, only Judas tried to explain what Christ was preaching, but they wouldn't buy Christ's blasphemous statements. I and my Father are one. Christ was seized, tried, and crucified, but Judas never lived to witness the crucifixion. He hanged himself the night before. I parked my car in front of Blackbeard's place and went inside. Blackbeard wasn't there, but Bob was. I didn't feel like telling him what had happened, so I remained quiet while he discussed the trial. He said Linda's testimony would be enough to get Charlie and the others convicted. He said Linda had gotten her head together and was ready to tell everything. He said if I agreed to testify, Charlie's goose will be cooked. I listened for a while, then went out to the van. It was dark by then. I lit a joint and turned on Mark's stereo and lay down on the bed in the back. I guess that's when I fell asleep. Sometime around midnight, I woke up gagging. The inside of the van was filled with smoke. Flames were licking up around the front seat. I tried to kick open the rear door, but it wouldn't budge. The smell of burning plastic and enamel permeated the air. My lungs sputtered. There was no oxygen, only the toxic, white-hot smoke which funneled into my throat. I tried to scream, but the sounds were muted, choked off in guttural groans. I smashed my fist through one of the side windows, but the cold air only fanned the flames, bringing them closer. For what seemed like minutes, I remained in a state of panic, continuing to kick at the rear door while my mind lapsed into a slow, reeling, kaleidoscopic rerun of deaths by fire. It was like the freak-out all over again. I felt the hairs on my body being singed. The smell sent me into convulsions, and I vomited, choking on my sickness, feeling as though I was about to die again. Finally, an impulse prompted me to dive headlong through the flames onto the front seat. I kicked open the door and rolled out onto the ground, then got up and raced to the house to wake Bob and Blackbeard. By the time the ambulance arrived, I was in shock. Blackbeard had wrapped me in a blanket. I stood in the corner of the living room asking for morphine, but they didn't understand me. They couldn't. My vocal cords had been burned to a crisp. Blackbeard rode with me to the hospital. I remember that. I remember him sitting next to me. "You're gonna be okay, Paul. You're gonna be okay." As it turned out, the nightmare of that experience was just beginning. It took over an hour for them to admit me to a bed in the emergency room of the Santa Monica Hospital. Since I couldn't talk, Blackbeard had to interpret. I wrote down my parents' phone number, but that wasn't enough. Before the hospital did anything, they wanted to be certain I had medical insurance. By that time, I'd given up on trying to communicate and just lay back, feeling more pain than I could ever remember having felt. The next thing I remember was being given a shot of morphine and being wheeled into a room. There were 2 nurses hovering around me when I felt blisters forming on my throat and started choking. "Pop the bubbles," I gabbed. "Pop the bubbles!" But the sounds were garbled and they didn't understand. "What?" "The bubbles!" I pointed to my throat. "He's going into convulsions," one of them said. No, pop the bubbles!" Then a doctor appeared and ordered them to prepare for a tracheotomy. No, I wailed. That's when I started to vomit again, but it was mainly dry heaves. I tried to swallow hard and make the bubbles pop myself. I tried to force my tongue down on the bubbles, but it wouldn't reach. I stuck a finger in my mouth, but the nurses jerked my hand away. "Pop the bubbles! Pop the bubbles!" A little cart was wheeled in. My eyes were puffy and swollen. All the hair had been singed off my face. I could scarcely see, and it hurt to keep my eyes open. But I saw the scalpel and the hypodermic needle, and I knew they intended to cut my throat. No! I kicked and thrashed while one of the nurses held a pan under my chin to catch the puke. "Please try and hit the tray," she said primly. I kicked at her, but someone grabbed my legs. 2 dudes had been called in to strap me down. "He's hysterical. Hurry!" They pinned one arm down, but before they could grab the other, I seized one of the surgical instruments, shoved the butt end of it down my throat, and popped the bubbles. I remained unconscious 3 days. When I woke up, my mother was sitting beside me, cutting what remained of my hair. She said everything was going to be okay, and for me to rest. She said, too, that my brothers and sisters were waiting to see me. So were Paul Crockett and Brooks Poston. I remember seeing Crockett and Brooks, but I don't remember what they said to me. The next day, my parents took me home to Thousand Oaks. During the week I spent at my folks', reporters and police continued to call and come by in droves. My parents kept them away. I couldn't talk anyway. Fate works with the psyche in mysterious ways. At the very time I am asked to testify in court in front of Charlie before the world, I am rendered voiceless. Perhaps I had programmed myself, driven unconsciously to the outer limits of several realities at once. The questions were obvious ones. Did the family try to kill me? Were my actions impulses, as Juan had suggested, suicidal? Or was it an accident? Clem later boasted that it was he who tried to kill me. In light of other murders and murder attempts, it would appear a very good possibility. But I don't believe it. Even if it were true, the responsibility was mine. I drove myself into that situation as a means of coming to grips with a game I knew could not go on. Perhaps it was inevitable. I took myself to a place where there was no voice. The voice I burned was not mine. It was Charlie's, the family's. It was Crockett's, the man's. It was the voice of society. Those voices had to go up in flames. The voice I needed if I ever were to survive was my own voice. After a week, I left Thousand Oaks and flew to Monterey, then headed down the coast to Big Sur. I wanted to be alone. I wanted to sit on the edge of the cosmos and watch the sea in silence. For several days, I hiked through mountains around Esalen, stopping once to visit my sister, who was preparing to go to Chile with a group she helped organize called Erica. I hiked along the same trails Blackbeard and I had once traveled, and I stopped at Garrapatta Canyon long enough to take a peek at Kevin's house. But I didn't go in. I didn't want to. By the middle of March, I decided to go back to Shoshone. The day I got there, Crockett, Juan, and Brooks took me to Las Vegas and bought me a steak dinner with all the trimmings. They didn't talk much about the fire, but I sensed what they were thinking. They talked about the music scene they were putting together, plans to do gigs in towns throughout the desert. We laughed and told stories, and they showed me the depth of their friendship. Crockett found it amusing that I couldn't talk, insisting, when I did manage to rasp out a gibberish or inarticulate uttering, that my singing had improved immensely. They didn't tell me that night that the DA's office had been calling them regularly, asking them to exert pressures on me to testify in the Tate LaBianca trials. At that point, I didn't want to testify. I had a perfect excuse. I couldn't talk. By that time, the retrial of Bobby Beausoleil for the murder of Hinman was in progress. Mary Brunner, in exchange for complete immunity, became the chief prosecution witness, testifying that she had seen Bobby stab Hinman to death. Bobby, meanwhile, put the finger on Charlie. But the jury believed Mary. While this was happening, Charlie was busy juggling lawyers, not just his, but Sadie's and Leslie's as well. In May, he acquired the services of Irving Kennerek. Judge William Keene, meanwhile, who had presided over the preliminary trials, was replaced by Judge Charles W. Older. By the middle of June, they began the long process of selecting a jury for the Tate LaBianca trials. My feelings during that period fluctuated. The trauma of the fire stayed with me. At times I woke up at night in a cold sweat, in a state of utter panic. I was high-strung and subject to fits of convulsive crying, torrential outpourings which carried away the sledge of repression which had locked me away from my feelings and from seeing the stark horror of an evil I had been part of. The fire had burned away the facade. I was left face to face with myself. The pain of that never left me entirely. While Juan had talked about testifying, he was undecided. None of us gave advice one way or the other. Meanwhile, we worked on our music. Though I couldn't talk, much less sing, I could play the flute. Brooks had become something of a virtuoso on the guitar. Juan was dynamite on the conga drums. In early June, we did a gig in Lone Pine, calling ourselves the Minstrel's Magic. A week later, we were hired to play at a place in Tacoma. For the first time in months, I began writing songs. Songs for the new voice I didn't yet possess. One night, we were lounging in the living room by the fire. We'd worked all day laying a pipeline for the gas company. Crockett, as usual, was dealing cards to himself. Juan was writing a letter. Brooks had gone to Tacoma to pick up the amplifiers we'd left there the week before. I'd begun groaning about the fact that I still had no voice, that it looked like I'd have to be content to just play music, not sing it. Crockett glanced up from his cards. "You ever decide to get your voice back?" "Decide?" "Well, if you ain't decided, are you sure you even want your voice back?" He scooped up the cards and shuffled them. "Maybe you'll want to just leave that voice behind. Get you a new voice. Or did you like the old one?" I gawked at Crockett. "If you want a different voice, might as well. You ain't got one now. Why not decide on that? Decide on the kind you want. One for singing and talking. Figure out what style you want, you know. Low, high. Once you decide and picture it in your mind, just relax, and it'll come." Juan grinned. "Way it is now," Crockett intoned, "you're holding up the show. We got a singing group here. Like to have it complete. See what I mean?" That night, I decided to get a new voice. I pictured and felt the voice I wanted in my mind's eye. A few days later, while trying to sing in the shower, my wheezy, disjointed raspings began to give way to sound. The first fledgling tones of my new voice. Moments later, I was belting out a song I'd written called "Is It That You Recall?" I was exultant as I dried off, wrapping a towel around my waist, and strutted into the living room, where Crockett and Brooks were seated on the floor, rewiring the amplifier. "Well," Crockett said, glancing up at me, then at Brooks. "It ain't Caruso, but what the hell." Shortly after that episode, on a windy afternoon, when Crockett and I were in Shoshone buying groceries, we ran into Clem, Gypsy, and Mark Ross riding around in a Jeep. We had just crossed the street when they pulled up alongside us. "Got a message for you piggies," Clem barked. "Charlie says when he gets out, you better not be around the desert." I glanced at Gypsy, and she stared back with all the vehemence she could muster. She looked pathetic. Clem, his hair scrambled and windblown around his ghoulish face, looked even more ridiculous. Suddenly, the pent-up rage and resistance I had felt for so long fell away, into a kind of clarity. I knew that I'd testify in front of a jury, in front of Charles Manson, in front of the devil himself, and that I'd tell the truth. The same afternoon, I wrote a letter to the DA's office, to Stovitz and Bugliosi, telling them I would testify for the prosecution. Later that night, I took a walk downtown with Juan. I told him about the letter, but he didn't say anything. Oddly enough, in all the time we'd known each other, Juan and I had never shared the information we had on the family. I mentioned that to Juan, saying, "Let's not discuss it now either. Let's just go down there and tell the truth. There's just been too much dying. Charlie's trip is nothing but death." Juan agreed to testify, and so did Brooks. It was an agreement that would commit us to an odyssey of trials that lasted more than 9 years. "Best thing for you," Crockett said when we told him. "Them trials will be like a deprogramming process. You're gonna have to remember specific incidents and tell them to lawyers who'd like nothing better than to make you look dumb, crazy, or drugified. And you can't fake it, 'cause they all got it on them transcripts. You can't remember what you told one guy. You just remember the incident and tell the truth. And that will serve to bring your mind through all those things again, and you get free of them. And with Charlie sitting right there looking at you, it will finally cut you loose." "The truth will set you free," I muttered distractedly. "Exactly," Crockett said. We weren't called to testify that summer, but we followed the progress of the trial and all of Charlie's antics and manipulations. We saw photos of Weish, Sandy, Cappy, Squeaky, and Gypsy sitting on the sidewalks, their heads shaved, their foreheads carved with Charlie's stamp, just as their souls had been. From time to time we received telephone threats, but it did nothing to alter our decision to testify. Linda Kasabian's testimony alone was devastating for Charlie, but he continued to operate, manipulating lawyers, judges, the jury. Meanwhile, people continued to disappear and to die. People like Ronald Hughes, Leslie's lawyer. But those stories have been told. The story of a murder attempt on Barbara Hoyt. The story of Charlie lunging at Judge Older with a sharpened pencil in his hand. Whether in or out of jail, Charles Manson was dangerous. The prospect of facing him in court was not pleasant. But in a strange, ironic way, I was looking forward to it. To me, it was a part of the destiny of my relationship with Charlie, and the only way to really sever that relationship once and for all. In September, when Tex was finally extradited to California, I told Crockett in Boston that I wanted to see him. We drove to LA the next day and met with him for over an hour. If I had any doubts whatsoever about testifying, seeing Tex removed them. Sitting before us, he looked emaciated, his skin and bone like a torture victim at Dachau. His eyes were lifeless. The prosecution would later claim that Tex was faking it, that he was trying to cop an insanity plea. But I knew Tex Watson, and he wasn't faking anything. He was paying for the crimes he had committed. If I've ever seen a specimen of a living death, it was Tex. When we asked him what really happened at the murder scenes, he told us. He didn't explain. He just narrated the events and monotone as they happened. The bodies of the Tate and LaBianca victims have received a total of 159 stab wounds. Most of them had been inflicted by him. I just killed them. That's what I had to do. I heard Sadie cry, "Help me," and I helped her. It seemed like there was a lot of time between events. Then Katie needed help and I helped her. It seemed like I had to do everything. And then it was over. As we were walking out to the Jeep, Brooks remarked to Crockett that Tex might as well just die, 'cause he'd never be able to get that horror out of his head. Crockett just grunted. It was clear that seeing Tex Watson had disturbed him too. "I don't know," Brooks said, looking at me. "I remember just after Charlie came up to Barker's, after the murders. I was sitting in the bunkhouse and he come in and said he'd been looking for me, and the only time he could talk any sense to me was when Big Paul wasn't around. He takes out the knife and says to me, 'You know, It might be a good idea for you to take this knife, go to Shoshone, and kill that motherfucking Sheriff Ward." "What'd you say?" "Something like, yeah, far out." But I was thinking in there, looking at Tex. What if he had stayed at Barker's and met Crockett instead of me? Brooks glanced at Crockett, who climbed into the Jeep and fired up the engine. I sat in the back while Brooks, seated on the passenger side, faced me, his eyes squinting. I mean, shit. If I'd never met Crockett or come to the desert, I'd still be like a junkie hooked on Charlie. Who knows? I might have taken that knife. I might have wound up where Tex is now. Chapter 26. Is it that you recall being in harmony? Is there something in you that yearns to see? Or do you remember a time when you were free? Did you ever wonder what you're living for? Is there anything of which you are sure? Have you asked yourself, is there more? A moment's moment can be an eternity, and all the while time has its flow. So how many lifetimes can you live in infinity? It's all there for us to know. Song by Paul Watkins, summer of 1970. The book Helter Skelter chronicles events that took place during the Tate LaBianca trials. The saga of a murder case which lasted longer, received more publicity, and cost more than any other in American history. For me to repeat what was written there would be wasted effort. I can only conclude my own story, which is a part of that saga, a single thread in a legal tapestry which will not be forgotten. I saw Charles Manson for the last time in a courtroom in the LA Hall of Justice in the fall of 1972. I saw him face to face, not 20 feet away, across an odyssey of time and circumstances that, in retrospect, seems totally unbelievable. What happened that day in the midst of my testimony, when Charlie leaped to his feet and screamed, "Liar!" must remain indelible to all those who bore witness to it. For me, it was a catharsis, a moment of utter unwavering certainty, as inevitable as the dawning of a new day. Yet, by the time it happened, I was prepared. By then, I had testified not only in the Tate LaBianca trials and the grand jury proceedings, but also in Tex Watson's trial and the Shay Hinman trials. I had spent weeks on the witness stand and had been asked the same questions time and time again. I had been examined and cross-examined by some of the best defense attorneys in Los Angeles, including Charlie's most tenacious counselor, Irving Kanarek. I had been referred to as a robot, drug addict, pimp, thief, social misfit. But through the process of concentration and a commitment to remembering the truth in court, I was able, as Crockett had foreseen, one step at a time, to deprogram myself from the subtle yet profound effects of Charles Manson's philosophy, so that when my final showdown with Charlie came, I welcomed it. From the beginning, the courtroom had served as a theater for some of Manson's best performances. Even those who wanted his blood could not help but be struck by his spirited charisma. Early in the Tate LaBianca proceedings, Joseph Ball, the former president of the State Bar Association and former senior counsel to the Warren Commission, found Charlie to be an able, intelligent young man, quiet-spoken and mild-mannered. He remarked further that Charlie had a ready understanding of the law and a fine brain. Ball said, too, that Charlie was not resentful against society. He feels if he goes to trial, he's able to permit jurors in the court to hear him and see him. They will realize he is not the kind of man who could perpetrate horrible crimes. Following Ball's remarks, the then presiding judge, William Keene, begged Charlie to reconsider his decision to defend himself. But Charlie wouldn't budge. "For all my life," he said, "as long as I can remember, I've taken your advice. Your faces have changed, but it's the same court, the same structure. All my life I've been put in little slots, Your Honor, and I went along with it. I have no alternative but to fight you back any way I know how, because you and the district attorney and all the attorneys I have met are on the same side. And the newspapers are on the same side, and it's all pointed against me, personally. No, I haven't changed my mind." But Charlie didn't defend himself long. His courtroom antics in violation of procedure, much of which was done to play up to the press, forced the judge to appoint an attorney, Charles Holopeter, with the stipulation that Charlie could enlist another attorney if he so desired. Along the way, Charlie would make many substitutions, selecting, at last, Irving Kennereck. From December 1969 until July 1970, when the Tate LaBianca trials finally got underway, Charlie called most of the shots, both in and out of the courtroom. And in the beginning, both when he had the support of the free press and radicals like Jerry Rubin, he put on a real show. Together with the girls who came to court daily and kept vigil on the sidewalks of L.A., Broadway, and Temple, Manson was able to hold his own on the battleground of what he called injustice. But the evidence and testimony against Charlie, Sadie, Katie, Leslie, and Tex mounted. But neither Charlie nor the girls gave up, and we were continually threatened. I was entering the courtroom one morning when Squeaky approached me just outside the doorway of the Hall of Justice. It was in September, around the time I was to begin my testimony. "What are you doing?" she asked. "I'm just telling the truth. It's time to tell the truth." "Are you still my brother?" "Yeah, I'm your brother." "Listen to your love." "That's what I'm doing, Lynn." "There is no such thing as death," she muttered. "It's all love." "Here, Lynn." I took a 5-carat emerald ring off my little finger and handed it to her. Then I walked into the courtroom. Nearly 3 years later to the day, September 5th, 1975, in Sacramento, California's City of Justice, Lynette Squeaky Fromme attempted to assassinate the President of the United States. My testimony, together with that of Brooks and Wan, not only substantiated the murder charges against Charlie — he had admitted killing Shorty to each of us separately — but provided corroboration of Helter Skelter, the race war, as a motive. We had all experienced Charlie's programming techniques and were thus able to convey, at least in part, how Charlie's devices operated. On cross-examination, the defense continually sought to invalidate my testimony by suggesting that drugs had destroyed my mind. During the Bruce Davis trial, Shay Hinman, after I had testified to hearing Bruce describe the murder of Shorty Shay, the defense attorney approached the bench. "Your Honor, it is my intention to show that this witness has, over a period of time involved in his testimony, been engaged almost continually in the taking of drugs. That he has acknowledged on examination and cross-examination in prior cases that he has taken LSD, and this, as a result, has his mind been bent." Hours and hours were spent grilling us on drugs, everything from acid to marijuana. The numerous transcripts of trial testimony read very much alike. From the Shea Hinman trial, February 1972. Question. And now, Mr. Watkins, how about marijuana? What are the effects on you of marijuana? Answer. On me? Question. On you, sir. Answer. You get high, or what I would call high. Kind of happy, laughing, feel free, feel good. Question. Is this after just one, or does it take several? Answer. It depends on how strong it is, and how strong you are, who you are with, and what you are doing, and it depends on a lot of things. Question. All right, how about hashish? Answer. It just has the same effect, only much stronger. Question. Much faster? Answer. Much faster. Question. And when you say much stronger, does it affect your balance? Answer. It depends on the type of hashish you're smoking. I never had it affect my balance, like I suppose you're likening it to being drunk, where you are stumbling around. It's not like that, though. Question. Does it affect your sense of time? Answer. Inasmuch as though you may be having a good time, and time would seem to fly. Question. Does it affect your sense of vision? Answer. Not really. Question. It doesn't enhance or detract from your ability to see, is that right? Answer. Well, I may have had it enhance my ability to see at times and detract at other times. Question. Does it cause you to have any sort of visions or hallucinations at all? Answer. No. Question. Does it cause sounds to be more keenly aware of sounds or sights? Answer. You're still talking about marijuana and hashish, right? Question. Right. Answer. Yeah. On certain occasions it would. You would be more aware of sounds and sights. Question. Well, other than that, does it happen to do anything to you? Answer. Other than what? Question. Those things we've named. Answer. Well, I don't know how deep you want to get into it, but we could leave it right there. If it's okay with you, it's okay with me. When attempts to discredit me failed along those lines, the defense tried other means. At one point during the same trial, the defense lawyer approached the bench to tell the judge he could prove that I was working with the police, and that, therefore, my testimony was prejudicial and biased. Out of earshot of the jury, he explained to the judge what I clearly overheard. I will offer proof that between October and December, specifically in mid-December of 1969, this particular witness had several conversations with Officer Dave Stuber and other officers of the Highway Patrol in the Sheriff's Department in Inyo County. That thereafter, and as a part of the plan of prosecution, he returned to the Manson family, to the Swan Ranch, specifically sent there to be a spy. That he saw Charles Manson in January, approximately 8 times at the jail, which visits are recorded, and that I contend that this was done specifically to get information to pass along to the sheriff, that therefore this testimony is biased and prejudiced because of his connections with the prosecution based on this background. Though none of these assertions were true, I felt as though, at times, I were on trial. Question. Well, did you visit Charlie at least 7 or 8 times in January of 1970 in jail? Is that correct? Answer. At least. Question. All right, and these were just friendly visits to pass the time of the day, to help poor old Charlie while away the hours? The state's attorney at the time, Manzella, objected, and the objection was sustained. Question. Well, were these friendly visits to help your friend, who was there in great trouble? Answer. Some. Manzella objected, and the court sustained it. Question. All right, sir, Danny went on. These were visits in order for you to try and pump Charles Manson for the prosecution. Isn't that right? Answer. No, that isn't right. Often I felt totally exasperated. I wanted to tear through the mumbo-jumbo of the courtroom decorum. I wanted to explain to the court, to the judge, the jury, and everyone present the real truth. The torment, the depth of feeling, the reality of my experience, which seemed inaccessible and paradoxically out of place in what has been called the halls of justice. That I had learned the courtroom games well, and focusing energy on the truth enabled me to outlast the most determined defense attorneys. The mind games played in a courtroom are complex, and it takes a good deal of awareness to stay on top of them. It's not simply a matter of telling the truth, since everything you say is controlled by the questions, and that many of the questions are asked obliquely so that the intent of the lawyers is not always clear. Plus, your consciousness must encompass not only the attorneys on both sides, but also the jury and the judge. But it was neither the judge nor the jury that made testifying traumatic. It was facing the defendants. It's hard to describe the multitude of feelings I had when taking the stand as a witness for the prosecution, facing Charlie, Sadie, Leslie, and Katie in the courtroom eye to eye. Facing girls who had once had beauty in their hearts. Girls I knew better than any jury would ever know. Girls I had lived with, traveled with, made love with, sung with. All of them on trial for murder. And the man who had taught me a great deal about music and love had asked me to submit to that love. A man I had once seen as the embodiment of life, who had become its opposite, but who nevertheless continued to project incredible force and presence even late in the Tate LaBianca proceedings, after Brooks and I had testified. Clean-shaven, well-groomed, and articulate, he made a great spectacle, prancing confidently around the courtroom. According to Charlie, it was not he who was on trial, but the system which brought him there. And in part, he was right. Near the end of the Tate LaBianca trial, when it was clear that the evidence against him was insurmountable, he took the stand to testify on his own behalf. Even Bugliosi, who had fought so hard to secure the death penalty, admitted to the hypnotic effect of Manson's words. And Bugliosi had not met Charles Manson at 18, before the murders, during the summer of love, when the youth of America were riding the crest of an awakening consciousness and were high on life and LSD. But I had, and I had come a long way since then, far enough at least to see through Charlie's impassioned soliloquy, shot through the truths and half-truths and the subtle nuances of his madness. Yet, even when Charlie spoke, he spoke for more than an hour. What he said was not only for the benefit of the court, but to manipulate the other defendants. His family, still programmed to loyalty to the bitter end, ready to die for a man who could have just as easily cut their throats. Charlie's testimony began slowly, but as he spoke, his voice became clear and resonant. If Charles Manson was anything, he was a performer. Most of the people at the ranch that you called a family were just the people you didn't want. People that were alongside the road, that their parents had kicked out, that they did not want to go to juvenile hall. So I did the best I could and took them up on my garbage dump. And I told them this, that in love there is no wrong. I told them that anything they do for their brothers and sisters is good if they do it with a good thought. I was working at cleaning up my house, something that Nixon should have been doing. He should have been on the side of the road picking up his children, but he wasn't. He was in the White House, sending them off to war. I don't understand you, but I don't try. I don't try to judge anybody. I know that the only person I can judge is me. But I know this, that in your hearts and your own souls, you are just as responsible for the Vietnam War as I am for killing these people. I can't judge any of you, but I will say this to you. You haven't got long before you are all going to kill yourselves, because you are all crazy, and you can project it back at me. But I am only what lives inside each and every one of you. My father is the jailhouse. My father is your system. I am only what you made me. I am only a reflection of you. I have ate out of your garbage cans to stay out of jail. I have wore your second-hand clothes. I have done my best to get along in your world, and now you want to kill me. And I look at you, then I say to myself, you want to kill me? I am already dead. Have been all my life. I've spent 23 years in tombs that you built. Sometimes I think about giving it back to you. Sometimes I think about just jumping on you and letting you shoot me. If I could, I would jerk this microphone off and beat your brains out with it, because that is what you deserve. That is what you deserve. You expect to break me? Impossible. You broke me years ago. You killed me years ago. You can do anything you want with me, but you cannot touch me, because I am my love. If you put me in the penitentiary, that means nothing, because you kicked me out of the last one. I didn't ask to be released. I liked it in there, because I like myself. On April 19th, 1971, Judge William Older sentenced Charles Manson, Susan Atkins, Patricia Krenwinkel, and Leslie Van Houten to die. 10 months later, February 1972, the death penalty in California was abolished, and their sentences were reduced to life imprisonment. But the drama wasn't over. Not yet. I saw Charlie one more time on an afternoon during the final stages of the Shea Hinman trials. But by then the flamboyance was gone. He no longer looked like the high priest of flower power, but an embittered convict. He was seated in front of me, 20 feet away, just to my left beside his attorney. His head was shaved, the scar of the swastika stamped on his forehead. His jaw was dotted with a fine stubble. He looked old, worn out, beaten. Since the early days of the trials, much had happened. A major earthquake had rocked Los Angeles, killing 65 people. Spawn's movie ranch had burned to the ground. In less than 1 month of each other, Jimi Hendrix, September 18th, 1970, and Janis Joplin, October 4th, 1970, had OD'd on drugs, perhaps symbolizing the end of an era. Someone once said, "All universes die." Looking at Charlie that afternoon, you got that feeling. Yet, when I took the stand, he looked up suddenly and just stared at me, a strange, half-leering smirk on his face. As I spoke, he just watched me, tilting his head from side to side as if he were an artist, attempting to get the right perspective for a painting. Maybe he was remembering, seeing as I had so many times, the arc of the circle we had made in time, the journey from one end of the human condition to the other, from a perfect dream into the bowels of a nightmare from which I had awakened just in time. I was in the midst of my testimony when Charlie suddenly lurched to his feet and shouted, "Liar! You're a liar! Order!" The gavel came down. But Charlie didn't stop. "No, no, little boy, you lie." Charlie was pulled to his seat, but his eyes were blazing, and I looked at him and held his gaze. and after a warning by the court, went on with my testimony. As I spoke, Charlie raised his finger, grinning, and slowly drew it across his throat. "You're pathetic, Charlie," I said. "Order." Then Charlie was standing again. "You're a liar," he roared. "No, Charlie, I'm telling the truth." "Order!" "Liar!" Charlie was pulled to his seat. Then I was standing, filled suddenly with emotion, a surging of rage, remorse, and utter revulsion. You made it all a lie. You calling me a liar proves it. Your whole trip has been a lie. Charlie struggled to his feet and began grappling with the bailiff, but I didn't stop yelling. "It's like you said. The truth will set you free. I know that." "Sit down, Mr. Watkins." "I speak the truth, Charlie." "Remove Mr. Manson from the courtroom." Charlie was seized by both arms, but he continued to kick and struggle. "You're just an insecure little boy," he shouted. "The truth, Charlie. The truth will set you free." They dragged Charlie out of the room. "Order! There will be order in this courtroom." The door closed, and I slumped into my seat. Epilogue. Ironically, the story of Charles Manson and his family does us all a favor. It reveals in no uncertain terms the disease of our own society. It chronicles the transformation of communal love into its opposite. There was nothing simplistic in what happened, and it wasn't something to turn away from. People seem to feign a horror of blood and carnage, yet invariably rush to accident scenes and fistfights, to anything that will put them in touch with their own blood and something that is primal, to something that will wake them up to the fact that they are not robots, but living, breathing organisms. The Manson family did more than this. It tore the lid off suburban complacency with a vengeance, and left us with a lot of questions to answer. I thought once the headlines and the novelty had worn off that the questions would cease, but as the days went on after the trials and the months turned into years, the questions continued. Even after the publication of Helter Skelter, it was clear that people did not understand what had actually transpired in the Manson family. During the trials, I was approached by producers Robert Hendrickson and Lawrence Merrick, who wanted to make a documentary film on the Manson family. They had already shot footage around spawns while Charlie was on trial, inducing the remaining family members to make music and rap about Charlie on film. The group obliged, believing not only that Charlie would be set free, but that they were helping to program Helter Skelter. Later, we shot some footage in Merrick's studio and in the desert. I hoped the film, Manson, would help explain what actually happened. It fell far short of the mark, but even so, won an award for the best documentary at the Venice Film Festival in 1974. Merrick signed the distribution rights over to American International Pictures, and he and I toured the country, premiering the film in Albuquerque, Chicago, and elsewhere. To me, the film seemed to be popular, but the company reported box office flops and legal problems, and it was virtually scrapped. After Helter Skelter hit the stands, I began touring with Vincent Bugliosi to promote the book on TV talk shows. I realized then that there was a genuine need to know what caused the phenomenon of the Manson family. I remember people asking me, "What can we do to protect our kids?" Often, I became the scapegoat for people's collective outrage. When I appeared on the Tom Snyder Tomorrow Show, his first question nearly floored me. "How is it that you are allowed to walk the streets and do this show?" Along with Bugliosi, I wasted no time in setting him straight. Why go through this? I questioned my own motives, realizing that deep down I did feel a sense of guilt. I had played a part and did have a responsibility to explain what had happened. After the Snyder Show, I got serious about public speaking and learned to handle myself under fire. I began giving lectures on the effects of drugs. I spoke at district attorneys' conventions and on college campuses. I pondered the idea of writing a book. In my own mind, I knew the Manson story had not really been told. With the exception of the Vietnam War, the Kennedy assassinations, the slaying of Martin Luther King, Watergate, and perhaps the kidnapping of Patricia Hearst, few events in the last 20 years have had more impact on the public at large than the story of Charles Manson and his family. People's fascination with death, violence, abduction, and money, it seems, can never be fully satiated, which says something about the public consciousness. Oddly enough, the Manson family originated as a rebellion against that very state of consciousness, and was a direct outgrowth of the psychedelic revolution of the early 60s, grounded theoretically in principles of love and the freedom to be. What happened to those ideals, to me, and to the minds of Charlie's followers, was the story I wanted to tell. The story of mind control and mental programming. The questions to be answered were crucial. The echoing refrain of a lady from Atlanta who asked me on the Phil Donahue show, "What experiences in your own background would make you susceptible to a man like Manson?" The woman appeared shocked when I told her we had shared many of her own experiences. Like her, we had shuddered through the Cuban Missile Crisis. We too cried for our country and the Kennedys. We watched in disgust while our natural inheritance turned into plastic and concrete, and bit our lips in rage as our brothers died in Southeast Asia. We saw movies on drugs made by people who knew nothing about drugs. We felt the need to live and to believe that we had inherited a world worth living in. So we hit the road in the mid-60s, searching for truth, hoping we might recognize it once we saw it. We needed to love and to be loved. One by one, we met Charlie and saw in him and his followers the love we were looking for. It has been too easy to classify the Manson family as a pack of sick, drug-bludgeoned kids duped by an ex-con. The transformation from a flower child family whose only revolutionary activity was an alternate lifestyle into a militant, helter-skelter-ready band of death-wielding robots was slow, methodical, insidious. Yet many still cling to the notion that all Charlie had to do to get people to kill was to stuff them full of dope and say "sick 'em." Had that been the case, the interest in the Manson story should have waned long ago. No, Charles Manson was intelligent, and so were most of his followers. Hippies who wanted only to get laid or stoned were neither susceptible nor acceptable to Charlie. In conversation, he would lose the average Lodi as soon as he opened his mouth. People are still surprised when reminded that Sandy and Mary both had college degrees, that Leslie Van Houten was a homecoming queen and one of the most popular girls at Monrovia High School, that Katie was a Sunday school teacher, and so the list goes. How could it be that Tex Watson, who took part in so much killing, was not only an A student and a top athlete, but voted the most likely to succeed by his classmates in high school? No, Tex was programmed to kill, just as young soldiers are programmed to kill in the name of democracy or the flag or whatever. But in that case, it's just an all-American boy performing an heroic act. It's possible that had Tex gone into that kind of program, he would have been one hell of a Marine, a hero with decorations instead of a murderer in jail for life. It may be stretching the point, but it's one that should be made nevertheless. What drew us to Charlie initially was a real love we helped put there. So we submitted to his trip. We burned our bridges and left our pasts far behind, to become lost in Charlie's nightmare with nowhere to go. But Charlie always had the joint to go back to. The family didn't realize that he had a home and that the bridge to it could not be burned. Still, there are questions that remain unanswered. Just how and why did Charlie change? Did he have helter-skelter plan from the start? Or was it only a bud in his subconscious awaiting its time to flower? Only Charlie knows the answers to all the questions. But ultimately, he must be seen for what he was. The worst kind of criminal. A man who subverted the power of love, turning it into the most despicable evil imaginable, the domination of souls. Charlie did more than give hitchhikers and hippies a bad name. He manifested and expressed not only the mechanism of his own twisted psyche, but the latent evils existing within our own society. You cannot divorce Manson from the culture that spawned him. That, too, is an easy way out of what would be a grave error. I know that his incarceration has not put an end to my own struggles. It has taken years for me to untangle and come to grips with all that I experienced in the family. But more than anything, in the wake of all the destruction, the killing, the inner crippling of those who survived, I wanted to salvage something, if only the knowledge that what happened to the family could well have happened to others. That mind control and programming are a part of our daily lives, and that the results, unless people develop an awareness, can be, in the long run, no less insidious and destructive. Clearly, in a world where the majority of the populace speeds around in varied states of hypnosis, bombarded into stupor by the media, it is necessary to understand the fundamentals of programming. Perhaps if there is one lesson I have learned, it is to listen to myself, to be what I am. This is the bottom line of awareness, and paradoxically the greatest link to humanity after all. Had I been grounded in March 1968, on the day I met Charles Manson, I would probably find it hard now to remember who he was. But the Manson saga is not over. In June 1977 and again in May 1978, I testified in Leslie Van Houten's retrials, each of which resulted in her reconviction. Whether or not she will appeal that conviction is not certain. I don't know what happened to all the others. I do know that Susan Atkins and Charles Watson, both born-again Christians, have written books about their experiences and are serving life sentences for their crimes, as are convicted murderers Bruce Davis, Mary Brunner, and Bobby Beausoleil. Lynette Fromme is also in prison following her attempted assassination of former President Gerald Ford. Diane Lake, Snake, has been completely rehabilitated, and the last I heard, she was working as a teller in a bank in Northern California. As for Brooks, Juanita, Juan Flynn, and Crockett, all are doing well. Brooks is a full-time musician, while Juan lives in Panama, where he works on a ranch. Charles Manson, meanwhile, now 44, is serving a life sentence in California, awaiting his eligibility for parole. About the authors. Paul Watkins was the class president of all his high school classes in a suburb of Los Angeles and student body president in his senior year when he dropped out and took to the road. A series of circumstances led to his being picked up by two girls of the Manson family, and he soon became one of Manson's most devoted followers. Later, however, he became concerned about Manson's predilection for violence and left the family before the Tate murders. He now lives in the desert town of Tacoma, California, and earns his living in construction and by lecturing on the subject of drug prevention and rehabilitation. Guillermo Soldad is the pen name of a member of the faculty of the University of California at Santa Barbara. He has written a number of magazine articles for publications such as Miss, Playboy, and Playgirl. At this point, there is no more of the actual book to read. This part of the audio will be the scribe's additions to the original PDF version that I had found archived online. The scribe's note reads that all credit for this transcription is to Colonel Scott, who posted this book in its entirety on his blog. The official Tate LaBianca Murders blog at tatelabianca.blogspot.ca. Present scribe merely proofread, added illustrations, converted, and prepared his document for publication as a torrent. Although the work is copyrighted, it is presently strictly for educational purposes and in lawful accordance with the Fair Use Clause. This book is out of print and extremely hard to find and copy. Please keep this a free share in the pirate community, of which is something that I can only agree with. Personally, I was able to buy my copy of the book for $100 on eBay, which is kind of a lot for a book, but considering that Paul Watkins has passed away over 30 years ago, and there was never a second edition or printing of the book, it is what it is. Without the benefit of a hard copy of the book to scan images, the scribe elected to download images from the internet as a companion to the present volume. Enjoy. In the downloaded archived PDF that I originally found, there are pictures of Paul Watkins that at this point in the video I will include. There are pictures that you might have seen before and pictures that you might not have seen before. One of the last ones is a picture of Paul at the Manson film promotion. It reads, "The Hollywood producer-director of a documentary film about the Charles Manson family, Lawrence Merrick in the center, and a teenager who plays in Manson, Paul Watkins, right, are welcome to Albuquerque by Lino Casamati, manager of Sunshine Theater. Manson showings are at Sunshine Theater." Now at this part of the end of the PDF, there are interviews with Paul Watkins. If there is a date listed, I will describe it. But for the most part, I really don't know when a lot of these might have taken place, though obviously it had to be somewhere around his book being published, around 1978 and 1979, and before his death in 1990. The first interview is stated by Guillermo Soldad, photos by Charles Adams. Interview with Paul Watkins. 10 years ago, he was second in command in the Charles Manson family. Now, he reviews that the real story behind the murders still hasn't been told. His voice is deep and resonant, his laughter infectious. He speaks articulately, yet without pretense. Charm. Paul Watkins has it. Not a frivolous, superficial charm, but an instinctive vitality grounded in exceptional intelligence and a keen sense of humor. At 28, he is a prosperous, self-educated, seasoned young man, a gifted composer and musician, a student of Gurdjieff, a miner of lapis lazuli, the last person in the world one would associate with Charles Manson. Yet, just a few short years ago, Paul was not only a member of the Manson family, but, as Charlie's second in command, perhaps closer to Manson than anyone else. One reason my wife and I moved out here to the desert was to escape the stigma of being associated with the family. But you never get away from something like that. People find out and you have to live with it. But we've been here several years and have made a good life and good friends. And I'm ready to talk about it now. In fact, I've done a book which will be published sometime this year. What inspires me is that people are as much interested in the Manson family today as they were just after the murders. I think it's because they sense the real story hasn't been told. Then they're right. With Flowers in Their Hair by Paul Watkins with Guillermo Sodad, Bantam Books. I'm still asked, weren't you shocked by the murders? Sure, I was shocked, revolted. But in many ways I understand it. I mean, I went through Charlie Manson's whole scene. Watkins left the family just 2 months before the Tate LaBianca murders. And I saw what happened from the inside. Tex, Charles Watson, Sadie, Susan Atkins, Leslie Van Houten, Katie, Patricia Krenwinkel, and the others were my friends. I knew them as human beings, not monsters. What happened to them could have happened to a lot of people. Charles Manson was a powerful person who lost his positive energies to demons, then set those demons loose. It's an incredible story. Books like Helter Skelter and The Family only begin to explain what happened. It's time the whole story was told, and I can tell it. Paul Allen Watkins was born in Ventura County, California, on January 25, 1950, the third of 6 children, 3 boys and 3 girls. He spent his early childhood in Sidon, Lebanon, where his father worked on the pipeline. I learned Arabic as a child and grew up playing in the streets with Lebanese kids. I didn't start school until we moved back to the States. Quick-witted and gregarious, Paul enjoyed enormous popularity in school in Thousand Oaks, California, where he was elected president of every grade he attended from 1st through 11th. I was even elected student body president at the end of my junior year, but during the summer before my senior year, I got caught up in the hippie movement and dropped out of school. It seemed to me I had learned more that summer playing music and hitchhiking around the country, from Haight-Ashbury to New Mexico, than I did during all my years in school. I sensed something new was happening, that there was a new awakening of consciousness and that the flower children of that time were a big part of it. That was 1967. A year later, I met Charlie Manson. I learned of Paul Watkins long before I met him by reading Helter Skelter. Shortly thereafter, I saw him interviewed on a television talk show and was not only impressed by his poise and presence under fire, but also deeply intrigued by what he said regarding the Manson family. When unexpectedly, months later, I was afforded the opportunity to meet him, I accepted at once. Appropriately enough, this meeting takes place on the outskirts of Death Valley, at a ranch where Paul now works as foreman and general handyman between musical appearances and treks to his lapis mine. I have driven 6 hours from the coast, and it is nearing dusk when I pull off the highway onto a dust-blown gravel road. Watkins is waiting out front as I drive up and park in a swirl of powdery dust. Beside him is a large black and brown, almost primordial-looking dog. Staffordshire Terrier, who bounds up to me as I get out of my van. "Down, Doob. Get down." "I'm Paul. You must be Guillermo." He grinned, shaking my hand. "This rascal is Doob." I'm struck by Watkins's classical good looks. His high cheekbones and strong, even features, highlighted by wide-set hazel eyes. As we walk toward the porch, chatting amiably, I am reminded of passages in Helter Skelter which depict Watkins as the family's #1 procurer of women. A lot of people expect me to be some goofy, spaced-out weirdo. When they find that I know a little something, it scares them even more, and they get defensive. What's really frightening them is a realization of their own potentialities and vulnerabilities. We enter the bungalow through a weathered screen door, leaving Doob on the porch. The building is constructed of pine wood and oak, housing the kitchen, dining room, and washroom facilities for the ranch. It has a laid-back bunkhouse atmosphere. Sitting down, I become instantly aware of the desert silence which pervades everything, clinging to the air like a substance while amplifying sounds of voices, footsteps, and the clatter of the coffee pot which Paul places on the burner before sitting across from me at the dining table. When I ask, he tells me briefly about the ranch and his duties as caretaker. Then he gets up to pour coffee, returning with 2 steaming cups before lighting a cigarette and lifting his chunky arms skyward to stretch. Short, stocky, and well-muscled. My family wanted me to be a jockey. He is built like a Mayan Indian, and I already sense that his physical compactness mirrors an inner solidity that is harmonious with his desert surroundings. I find it hard to associate him with Charles Manson. Yet, oddly enough, moments later, when he begins to discuss his early years with the family, I become distracted by my own uneasiness. Suddenly, the proximity of the man who was like a brother to Charles Manson begins to unnerve me slightly. In fairness to Paul, I tell him, "I'm used to it. For a long time, even after we moved out here, people circulated petitions to get me thrown out. Lock up your daughters and valuables. Paul Watkins is in town." Can't really blame them, I guess. They flash on the horrors of the murders in that demonic mug shot of Charlie that was plastered all over magazines and newspapers. What I resent, though, is that the media has pulled me several times, setting me up on national TV, like when I appeared on the Tom Snyder Show with Vincent Bugliosi, co-author of Helter Skelter, supposedly to discuss the Manson family. I mean, these people knew I had nothing to do with the murders. Yet, the first question out of Snyder's mouth is, why do they let someone like you walk the streets? It even shocked Bugliosi. I don't make those appearances anymore. What disturbs a lot of people is that they expect me to be some goofy, spaced-out weirdo. When they find out that I have brains and know a little something, it scares them even more, and they get defensive. What's really frightening them is an unconscious realization of their own potentialities and vulnerabilities. The people in Manson's family were not dumb weirdos. Most of them, in fact, were intelligent and creative, which indicates that Charlie had to be pretty sharp and creative to manipulate them. I interject that while Manson may have been creative in some respects, he proved himself one of the most destructive criminals in history. That's right, sure. Charlie lost it. He became a murderer, but we don't know him as a killer. You see, the public never met Charlie afresh as we did. When I met him in the spring of 1968, there was no violence in the air. No talk of Helter Skelter. In fact, it was the complete opposite. I met Manson with flower power and hippie love was still blooming. It had some integrity. It was real. All the violence was in Vietnam or in the ghettos. But the public met Charlie through the media only after the murders. By then, the whole story was tainted with blood. To understand Charlie Manson and the family, you have to see how they evolved. You have to make that journey from one end of the spectrum to another. You might look at it this way. Anyone with all the negative energy and power that Charlie obviously possessed also had an equal share of its opposite, positive energy. Can you imagine all the horror and violence of Charles Manson turned to love? Well, that's how it was in the beginning, and that's what people were drawn to. People read Helter Skelter and see the movie and gore and immediately dismiss Manson as a psycho who used drugs and sex to program a bunch of young kids. Sure, there's an element of truth in that, but what they don't see is the important thing: how it happened. What transpired during those programming sessions. What happened to individuals within the family during the year before the murders? To Tex and Sadie. To everyone. How did they change? How did Charlie change? How did I change? What happened in the family wasn't just sex, drugs, and violence. There was a beauty there too. And while it might sound absurd to some people, a lot of good may yet come from the experience of the Manson family once people understand it. Only now do I really have a perspective on it myself. Sure, it was a tragedy that innocent people and an unborn child were killed. No one will deny that. But there are equally grisly tragedies happening all the time. Less sensational and well publicized, some insidiously subtle in fact. But tragedies nevertheless. That's why people should understand what really took place. Watkins sits forward in his chair, gripping his coffee cup with both hands. He is a born storyteller. There is an intensity when he speaks, a fusion of voice, gesture, and exuberance that rivets the listener's attention. I mean, we're all victims of programming to one degree or another, he continues. To me, it's a crime to see an 18-year-old Marine programmed to hate gooks or Japs and to kill them with a bayonet in the name of democracy or the flag or whatever. But in that case, it's just an all-American boy performing a heroic act. It's possible that had Tex Watson gotten into that kind of program, he'd have been one hell of a Marine, a hero with decorations, instead of a murderer in jail for life. And to the garbage on TV, programming people all the time, hour after hour, to wear certain clothes, eat certain foods, buy products which further pollute the earth, programmed by pretty, sexy people and little musical jingles. Sex and music, the same elements Charlie employed in the family. Maybe the comparison is stretching things slightly, but it's something to be aware of. Though people talk about it, a few of them really see it. Or, what's worse, they see it and don't care. That's the subtlety of it. It works beneath your level of awareness until you walk into a store and automatically pick up a certain kind of food. When I point, the next word seems to be bleached out, so I don't know what it is. I'm assuming of or to. That picking up a knife to commit murder and a can of soup are two different things. Paul nods with a smile. That's why I left the family. But it was tough. Charlie had a strong hold on me too. His techniques were effective and very deceptive. His trip was to program people to submit, to give up their ego, which, in a spiritual sense, is a lofty aspiration. As rebels with a materialistic, rather decadent culture, we could dig it. It was particularly attractive to me since I have always been a spiritually oriented person, and I was a student of the Bible. But generally, the girls were more easily programmed than the guys. It was easier for them to submit. They didn't have as far to fall, as much ego to drop off. They'd already been programmed into a form of submission by society. Yet, in a way, by submitting, they became superior to the guys. Like when it came to accepting their bodies, being naked, etc., they were far more comfortable and confident than the men. Charlie taught them to love their bodies. Look at yourself, he'd say. Touch yourself. That's not a foreign country, that's your body. All of it. It's like a plant. If you don't give it love, it will die. Get to know it and love it. And ultimately, without saying so, give it to me. Obviously, his attitude toward women was pretty one-dimensional. But within that dimension, they were strong and more liberated than most women of that time, even ones who thought they were hip. I asked Paul about his role as procurer of women of the family. That's partly true. Charlie was older, and it was easier for girls to come to Charlie through the younger guys, and the girls liked me. But in most cases I'm portrayed as some second-class hippie pimp, which isn't true. It just so happened that I got into the program with a lot of enthusiasm. I was intrigued from the start. I always wondered, how does this little guy do it? Even though I believed in Charlie, I always had a sense of myself as separate, a sense of my own ego. In a way, I was like a student learning from the master. 'Cause Charlie was like a little guru. He had knowledge and intensity, and in the beginning, a lot of beauty. Also, let's face it, I needed sex education. Really. It was good therapy. I was 18, and what could be better than a house of willing and able young ladies? You were almost forced to get over your inhibitions. Like if someone was uncomfortable sitting around naked, Charlie would make them get up, bend over, and spread the cheeks of their ass. Crack a smile, he'd say. Get down with us. Get funky. If you're uptight, get it over with. Everyone's got an asshole. No one's got anything to hide. We're all one. I am you and you are me. That kind of thing. And it worked. But it was never perverted in the way people have been led to believe. The idea that we indulge in hedonistic, satanic ceremonies and orgies just isn't true. We were sincere, trying to put together a transcendental sexual experience, trying to harmonize and fuse the sexual energies of the family. We had nothing to do but make love, and we wanted to make loving a full spiritual experience. Obviously, it was an awesome undertaking with so many people, and it never really worked too well. He laughs. You can imagine the kinds of things that happened, particularly in the beginning. People sitting around naked and self-conscious, wanting very badly to pull off this cosmic sexual trip for Charlie. But the realities are that one guy's worried about getting a hard-on or the size of his prick, and this girl doesn't like her tits, or there's some hot dog in the corner who wants to ball his brains loose, or someone else is frigid. Not to mention other deeper psychological hang-ups and traumas that surface along the way. It took time to get people to the point where they even felt comfortable being naked around each other. I asked him to elaborate on these family sex sessions. Usually, after dinner, we'd all be sitting around in a circle listening to Charlie rap. Then we'd make music for an hour or two. Charlie on the guitar, the rest of us singing. Maybe somebody would play the sitar. Then a few of the girls would pass around some grass or a little hash to smoke. Generally, we'd start by everyone just making any kind of noise he wanted, just to let it all out. And there'd be a loud cacophony which would finally subside into a drone. Then Charlie would start a game called The Circle, transmitting motion by joining hands and passing the motion around the group. We'd all focus on turning off the internal dialogue and just get into the rhythm and vibrations of the motion. Gradually, Charlie would start programming in sexual energy by touching or feeling the person next to him, and this would be passed along. From that point, we'd progress to positions on the floor, touching each other, trying to get a harmonious sense of energy flowing. Charlie would usually direct things more or less by using sign language or movements. Since there were always fewer males, the women would get off by tuning into each other, trying to get into the rhythm of the whole group. Sometimes small segments, say 4 or 5 people, would get a really nice thing going, but it never really worked out so well that we all had a simultaneous orgasm, which is what we were striving for. Just too many people, too many trips going on. Invariably, people would start going through some heavy number, an ego death of some kind, and we'd have to help the person through it. Talk about sensitivity training. But Charlie taught the fundamentals of sex too. I mean, we always had our sights on a kind of transcendental tantric sex, but he got us down to the nitty-gritty. Like, if someone didn't know how to give head, he'd just ask one of the girls to lie down and spread her legs, and he'd point out the clitoris like a friggin' anatomy teacher and give you a lesson then and there. No doubt about it, sex was fundamental to the programming of the family. I mean, if you can teach someone how to make love or make them believe you taught them, you have a lot of power over that person. Everything revolved around making love and submitting was a form of death, since it meant giving up the ego. Like I mentioned earlier, we were always acting out our deaths or watching Charlie act them out. So you have these words together all the time. Making love and death. Death becomes beautiful since it releases you to love. You realize the extremes it can teach you when you consider that Sadie actually had an orgasm while committing murder. Plus, the act of stabbing has such obvious sexual connotations, and the victims were stabbed many times. It really gives you the willies. There's another aspect too. Oops. Charlie used to say that the soul doesn't hear don't. He said that no and don't were contrary to nature in the cosmos. Life is yes and do. That when people say no, they really mean yes. The implications later were that if you attack or threaten someone and they say no, they really mean just the opposite. Pretty sick irony. A man who commits murder talking about going against the life force. But that's how it was with Charlie. Everything was a paradox. Did Charlie get angry very often? Yeah. He got angry and radical sometimes, but again, it was a paradox since he could also get very patient and gentle. A lot more patient than the rest of us. I guess it was something he developed in prison. I imagine after 2/3 of your life behind bars, you learn a little patience. For example, there were times when there'd be a delay or we'd have to wait in line someplace. Charlie would rarely get uptight. He'd just find a stick or a rock on the ground and turn it into some kind of toy or game. Or he'd start talking to a kid in the street and get the kid into the game. But it was really beautiful the way he'd get so absorbed in it. And it impressed the family and gave more credence to what he preached about coming to now and being absorbed in the moment. But yeah, he got angry too, even violent. Like, he got pretty rough on the girls now and then, slapped them around. At times, they even seemed to thrive on it. I think they carried around a lot of guilt, so that unconsciously they felt they deserved punishment. Most people are like that, in part, as the whole trip Christianity lies on you. I would guess, looking back on it, that the family, unconsciously, was as much attracted to Charlie's negative, violent side as they were to his warm, loving side. Generally, people fear their own negative feelings and are afraid to release anger. And let's face it, we can all store up a lot, particularly if we don't have an outlet. You don't have to be in prison to store up anger. There are lots of people who would like to throw their anger into a cause of some kind. Charlie gave people a cause. It didn't always make sense, but then anger is a passion and doesn't have to make sense. Like Charlie would always say, no sense makes sense. You have to remember that the transition toward violence within the Manson family was gradual. In the beginning, everyone was geared to making love and music. A peaceful, closely knit group just being together in love. It wasn't until we moved from Spawn's Ranch to Death Valley, then back to LA again, that things got heavy. About 6 months. Before the Tate LaBianca murders, at about the same time the Beatles' White album came out, and Charlie started spouting Helter Skelter, the war between the blacks and the whites. By then we were committed to helping promote the revolution through music, hoping to program the young people to come to the desert. That's when we started buying dune buggies and tied in with the motorcycle gangs and ex-cons. We felt we were at the forefront of what was about to come down, but there was no talk of us committing murders. Charlie had described how the revolution, Helter Skelter, would begin. That the blacks would go on a rampage, murdering people in their homes, and that this would trigger a race war which the blacks would inevitably win. While the war raged, we would arm ourselves and be prepared, but would wait it out in the desert, ready to take over when the war ended. I asked Paul, didn't you start having a few doubts by that time? Yeah, I had doubts, but you see, all along the way, Charlie had built up his credibility, and the family had grown and had been reinforced by mere numbers. You just got used to him being right. If you ever started to doubt something Charlie said, you just look around and see everyone else agreeing, and just figure you might be wrong. In fact, it got to be a joke of sorts among the members of the family. Seeing someone new come in, we'd say, watch, they'll fall into the hole, meaning that the person would dig what Charlie was saying, would become enlightened, so to speak. When I suggest that falling into a hole connotes the misfortune rather than enlightenment, Paul nods with a smile. I know, it's that paradox again. It has a lot of meanings actually. Like for us, the hole was the void, or a kind of free place to be. Also, the hole has obvious sexual connotations and can be thought of as the womb. You can also think of it as the whole, W-H-O-L-E. But there were always these opposites at work. Instead of getting high, we'd always get down to the basics. The hole is down, but it's the only way up, too. Pretty soon you don't know up from down, black from white. I guess that's the way Charlie wanted it. Paul gets up and brings the coffee pot to the table. He fills up my cup first. I broke with Charlie not because of his basic philosophy, but when all the positive energy turned destructive and evil, when Charlie finally said to me, "We're gonna show Blackie how to get Helter Skelter started," I knew just what he meant, and that's when I split for the desert. But it was tough. My ties were strong, not only to Charlie, but to the family. I needed help from the outside to break away. Crockett was the prospector I met out in the desert. He had a major influence on me, kind of a bridge to the other side of the chasm. That's a whole story in itself, what happened with Paul Crockett and his confrontations with Charlie in the desert. Some incredible scenes, and most of them have never been described. The whole period during the time of the trials and my getting burned in the van was pretty damned traumatic. The law was on me to testify. The family wanted to be sure I supported Charlie. There were all kinds of trips going down. You have to remember that for over a year I had been the number 2 male in the family. I was close to these people. In a way, I was like a roving brother therapist to everyone, talking to the girls, listening to complaints, patching up disputes, keeping things together whenever Charlie was gone. I mean, these people were my brothers and sisters. Helter Skelter is a book about murderers, but I didn't know these people as murderers. I knew them as people. My book will show them as human beings. Also, my link with Charlie was strong because I was his most trusted man. Up until I left the family, I was the only male who could handle his programs. The sex, the drugs, and the music. For me, though, the music was by far the strongest bond. The first night I met Charlie in Topanga Canyon, before I had even talked to him, we played music, improvised songs, and had a great time. Later, we worked on our music within the family and did some dynamite stuff. Even after his arrest, I was hustling around to get our music promoted. I'm sure, too, Paul says, moments later, the fact that Charlie and I are almost exactly the same size played a big role in our relationship. Unconsciously, it must have affected the girls. Relating to men of the same size, living with them, making love with them. In a way, Charlie would leave me in charge without removing his own physical presence. Also, I was 18 when I met Charlie, and he was 35. Old for the hippie world. Physically, I embodied the flower child to a T. Young, strong, full of enthusiasm. Plus, I pretty much absorbed Charlie's philosophy and carried out his programs. In a way, I did become Charlie, or perhaps he became part of himself through me. I was like his mirror, reflecting the budding flower child he was seeking to become. I think when I left the family, it caused a kind of psychological split in Charlie, or at least catalyzed that split. The flower child in him was actually departing. The love, music, and all the happiness I may have represented was leaving him. Leaving him with what he really was. An aging ex-convict with a lot of bitterness and rage. In fact, the last thing he said to me before I left for the desert was, "The love thing is over. It's helter-skelter all the way." It's after midnight when Paul looks up the bungalow and we head across the yard toward one of the guest houses. I stop to grab my sleeping bag from the back of the van, then run to catch up with Paul and Doob, still thinking of questions I want to ask. Questions which will not be fully answered until his book is published. The air is crisp and cold, the night brilliant with stars over the valley. The only sounds are our shoes crunching against the ground and Doob's panting as he trots ahead of us. But my mind returns to Charlie Manson, and I ask Paul what he thinks of Manson now. Charlie blew it. He turned a thing of beauty into something grotesque. I haven't seen him for years, but I'm sure he has lost his power. When someone has that kind of power and they abuse it or pervert it, the power turns self-destructive or goes away. It's a law of karma. I knew when I last saw him during the trials that the power was gone. That, for me, all that had been good was gone. The second article, titled Book Bin by Larry Rumley. He ran with the Manson family but left before the shambles. Paul Watkins is 29, trim and muscular, involved in gem mining and music. Into music since he was 8, he said in a Seattle visit. He plays French horn, trumpet, and is now into reeds. My old group was the Desert Sons, but now I'm forming a new group, he said. Not too unusual a background, perhaps, but Watkins has lived a lot of experience in his brief span, and My Life with Charles Manson, Bantam Books, $2.25. He spells it out. Fortunately for Watkins, though, at one time he was number 2 man in the notorious family, most of whose members are serving life sentences for the ghastly Tate LaBianca murders in 1969. He left the family prior to that time, but he provides insight into the family that Charles Manson formed and kept in line through fear and intimidation. Lie. Tex, Charles Watson, high school football hero and good student before his Manson link, Katie, Patricia Krenwinkel, Sadie, Susan Atkins, Leslie Van Houten, Clem, Steve Grogan, and others before they became murderers. Manson, who had never known love, served jail terms on a variety of charges before, in 1967, he left jail for San Francisco during the development of the flower children culture with so many receptive young people at hand. Manson began organizing his own family, which would be bonded by love. This was 9 months before he and Watkins met. In the early days at Spawn Ranch in Southern California, where Manson and his group established their base, there was no indication of hostility or anything other than communal life with good vibes. There seems to be a part missing, or the context of this doesn't exactly make sense, but the next part says, couldn't get his music published, became more erasable. When the ranch was invaded by bikers, the mood turned more and more angry, and Manson became obsessed with the possibility of racial war. The helter-skelter, he predicted, was coming down. Among other influences that worked for Watkins was meeting an older man, Paul Crockett, a loner who lived on adjoining property, working a mining claim. Crockett, about 44 at the time, had a stabilizing influence on Watkins. His quiet philosophy proved a counterforce to Manson's increasingly antisocial attitude. Of Crockett, Watkins said simply, he knew when to talk, when to keep quiet. He was just interested in what you had to say, what you were thinking. After Watkins made his break simply changing messiahs, it's harder to get back to basic causes, to find your basic self, to reassess. I thought I was in the vanguard of new ideas, a way out. It took Crockett to help straighten me out. After some of the others, Watkins said, know how Manson could attract followers so easily. Watkins said during his appearance on Chicago's Phil Donahue show, a woman asked what made him susceptible and was shocked, he said, when he replied that he had shared some of her own experiences. I'm unsure if there's more to that interview, but that seems to be the only part to that article of which there's still context missing. Beyond that, there's nothing else to this book, nor the PDF. The end of the PDF states, My Life with Charles Manson, mass market paperback, 278 pages. The publisher is Bantam Books, 1979. Language, English. ISBN 10-055-31-27-888. ISBN 13-978-055-31-27-881. The back of my book, the physical copy, states, it can be explained. I can explain it. Once, Charles Manson's number 2 man, Paul Watkins believed in the family and trusted Manson with his life. That was before the Tate LaBianca murders, before the warning signals that Helter Skelter was coming down. Now, in My Life with Charles Manson, he recalls with chilling, hour-by-hour detail how he came to join the Manson family, and how, from the beginning, they were programmed by sex, drugs, and music to kill and die for a man who would as easily have cut their throats. He described the creepy, crawly nights, which were rehearsals for murder, and Manson's richly embroidered ceremonial vest, which depicted scenes of family life and was woven partly in human hair. My Life with Charles Manson is a story of violence against body, mind, and soul. Perhaps the most shocking story ever told.